Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Happy Tuesday to all. Welcome to another day in Azeroth. Thank you guys very much for joining me. Sorry about the slightly late start. My morning did not go as planned, but I am here now, so thank you guys for also being here. Mr. Santa, thank you so much for the 10 months of support, man. That is awesome. And your gold star now. Very nice. Thank you, buddy. All right. Let's see. Bag space could probably be better, but I don't know what we can drop. We can sell light leather. We can make food out of the scorpion stinger. Let's just do some housekeeping and ease ourselves into things here. We will start with professions. Sikayu, Tanita, Dante, TSH, Mr. Santa, Scary Meggy, Esme, Wayne, Towan, John, Empathic Nightwalker, Dave, Robert, Nenya, Nathandrel, Webley, and Amy. Welcome everybody. You guys, you don't make it easy for me when so many of you talk before the stream, but then again, I was late to the stream, so it's my own fault. What gets harder than reading all of your guys' names out is remembering whose name I have read out and whose name I have not read out. That's the hard part. If I just had like the list of people who said hello so I could reply to you guys, it'd be really easy for me to read them out most times. Like, I start to lose track of like who I've already said hello to. And you guys make it hard sometimes. I appreciate you being here though, and being on time, unlike me. Let's see, what do we got here? We can do eight bolts of linen cloth. Let's do that. And we want to start making the linen robes so we can start disenchanting these. We need bleach and coarse thread. I forgive you guys, yeah. I forgive you guys for being so enthusiastic in such large numbers. If I just make the brown robe, I don't need the bleach, and I think for skill ups, that's the way to go. And we could also use this. Let's see, the white linen robe has 1 intellect. I mean, 1 stat point is not really going to matter either way. I like the look of the brown ones better, so we're just going to wear one of the brown ones that we make. I'm going to decline that. What is 3 divided by 16? I don't know. It's a number. Yeah, I'll just buy 20 coarse thread. I was gonna try to be precise, but I can't math well enough to be precise. There we go. Okay, so let's just make all of these. 5. There you go. It's 5, guys. It's 5. No, I couldn't do it. Level 11 on the second day, nice. You know, like, we did not make a lot of progress yesterday, to be fair. To be fair, I spent a lot of time talking and not the same amount of time focusing on playing the game. So yeah, we made it to, typically I get to level 10 in like 2.5, 3 hours. But it took us 6 hours to get to level 11, so it's pretty obvious that I was not hyper-focusing on what I was doing. And I'm not as familiar with the Horde side questing. I mean, I'm familiar with it. I'm probably more familiar with it than most people, but for me, I'm not as familiar with it as I am with Alliance at this point. So disenchant, we will disenchant all of them except for 1 we'll keep so we can equip it.
strength.
So we can't do this until we have a ruined copper rod, right? So yeah, I can do this now. Let's buy a copper rod off of this guy. I'm pretty sure we can. Yeah, there we go. And let's make that. We're gonna need that, I think, before we do any kind of actual enchanting. What is deflect? Oh, it's defense. Okay. So this is the only way I really know how to level up enchanting, is simply to enchant the same thing over and over and over again for skill ups. I don't really know if there's a better way, but that's typically what I do. I just enchant stuff again and again and again, and it's a little bit tedious to do all the button clicking, so I'm going to try to do it as I go, so we don't get to a point where I have to sit there and do like 500 enchants, click, 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 to get us caught up. Gonna try to do it as we go. Let's head back to, maybe we head to Tirisfal Glades. You know what, we'll do this quest, the sacks of supplies, and then we'll head to Tirisfal Glades. That's the plan. No, Piotr, exactly what I said. We're gonna do the opposite of waiting. Yeah, yep. We're gonna do the exact opposite of waiting. We're gonna do it as we go. I don't want to carry around a bunch of enchanting mats and then have to do it all at once. That's going to get very, very boring, and what's going to happen is I'm not even going to want to do it. Because you have to do multiple clicks. You have to click this, or you have to click here, click the item, then you have to click OK to override. Then you got to click here, click the item, click OK, and it's like, it's 3 clicks every skill up. And I don't want to do 3 clicks and have to do that 100 times, because that's 300 clicks. I have to sit here and click 300 times. And while I'm doing that, I can't do anything else. And yeah, I don't want to get to that point. So every time I have stuff to burn, I'm going to try to stop and burn it, like at regular intervals, so that we don't get backed up. You don't want to get backed up. Alright, so the sacks of supplies, I think there's, oh yeah, there's some back here, and then there's some over this way, I think. Let's check over here first. Sometimes this one's hard to do if there's like other players, but I haven't seen any other players here, so we might be good. Can tailors make bags? They absolutely can. I'm already failing as a mage. I didn't make food and water before we left town. I need to get into the habit of making the food and water before we leave town. That way we can kind of regen our mana back on the journey out to wherever we're questing. Am I looking forward to the cut over to mop to the mop pre-patch? Yeah, absolutely. Yep. We're playing a little bit of Anniversary now so that we can kind of cleanse our palette a little bit before the pre-patch comes out. But I'm still planning to get the Paladin leveled up. We kind of abruptly stopped the Paladin. We're going to go back and spend a day here and there to get the Pally to level 85. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Mop. I just don't want to be burned out when I get there. The first time Mop came out back in 2012 or 2013, whenever it was, I burned myself out. Yeah, I played a bunch leading up to pre-patch, and then during pre-patch, me and a buddy like power leveled monks as fast as we could. We started doing the 5-man, started doing heroics, and just grinding, and I burned myself out, and I actually quit Mop the first time around before I even got to see any of the endgame content. And I really don't want to burn out this time. Compared to the Cataclysm talents, which I hate, the abbreviated Mop talents are going to be refreshing. I know they're not a lot of people's favorites, but the Kata talent trees are not fun anyway, so if the Kata talent trees already aren't fun, then I feel like the Mop talent trees are going to be an improvement. If I don't have any real meaningful choices that I'm allowed to make, then I would just like to have less choice. You know, I'd rather have less choice and have those choices be choices I'm allowed to make myself to some extent than have a bunch of apparent choices, but really there's only one real way to spec my character. I don't know, like the whole talent system to me, it's always weird, because the only version of the game where you could really do like your own build, where you can look at a talent tree and be like, you know what, I think I'm gonna spec into this for right now, and we're just gonna do improved fireball and improved frostball. Like the only version of the game where you can make up your own build and have any kind of success while leveling and playing is vanilla. Like that's basically it. Vanilla maybe up through like TBC and a little bit into Wrath, but ultimately beyond that, like you just spec your character how you're gonna need your character spec'd at endgame, and you don't ever exercise any variety or any real like decision making. So I'd rather have fewer choices or no choices if I don't really have a choice. Having fewer choices or no choices, in my opinion, is better than having like fake choices or like dummy traps. You know, everything just becomes a dummy trap when it's not a real option. Is this the first version of WoW? As close as you can really get. Yeah, there's some changes, but it's the vanilla era, the 1 to 60 content, the original content that the game launched with. But there have been some like system changes and back-end changes and like some quality of life stuff. So no, it's not a 1-to-1 recreation, but it's basically as close as it gets. I don't think we're gonna find anything else back this way. Let's go. Oh, can we get to the quest giver from here? I don't think we can. Maybe we can. Maybe we can get to the quest giver this way. Let's go see. If you enjoy leveling, then Classic is what you want to play. There's a lot of good content in retail, but the good content in retail is endgame content. The good content in retail is endgame content and group content. Yo. If you really enjoy leveling up in like a big open world that feels kind of sandboxy, you want to play Classic era. Don't play Cataclysm either, because Cataclysm's kind of retail-esque. If you really like the leveling and you like a long level up journey and you want to see this big open world and really get immersed and really get like into your character, because you're gonna spend a lot of time leveling the character, then you should play vanilla. Each version of WoW is so different. Each version of WoW is incredibly different. They're just basically different games, and they offer different things for different people. Guitar Junkie, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for being here today. I hope you're doing well. Esme, thank you so much for the 11 months. Thanks for being here. I appreciate that. And thank you for the reminder. If you're digging the content, leaving a like really helps out. I know you guys hear that all the time, but you hear it all the time because it's absolutely true. If you have a creator that you want them to be around 5 years from now, 10 years from now, leaving likes on their content is what's going to help that be a reality. What phase is this right now? On the anniversary realms, what phase are we in right now? I haven't played recently until yesterday, so I have no idea. I don't know what patch this is in. Is this in like the last patch? Or are they still working through the patches on the anniversary realms? Yeah, I actually don't know. As someone who doesn't do endgame content in vanilla, I never really know like what patch they're in. BWL phase, there you go. Yeah, I don't do endgame in vanilla era, so I never really pay attention to what phase they're in as far as like raid releases and stuff. The early game? I mean, in vanilla era, leveling is like 300 hours of the game. I just don't like the 40-man raids. I don't like big raids. I hate big raids, and I cannot lie. All you other raiders may deny. I don't know. I don't really know the lyrics to that song. Yeah, I know, I just don't... Yeah, the first issue I take is leveling in vanilla is not the early game. Like level 1 to 10 is the early game. But also, yeah, I just don't like the vanilla raids. That's all. Like raiding for me starts in TBC and after. Yeah, because I like smaller raids. I really like 10-man raids, but I'm okay with like a 20-man if it must be. But 40-man raids, I think they're a mess, and I just don't like them. Unsurprisingly, we have a talent point. Improved Frostbolt it is. The Hearthstone right now is set to Razor Hill. Do I want to change my Hearthstone? Not really. I think I'm going to leave my Hearthstone where it's at. It could just be easy travel between the two continents. Then again, we're going to have to work our way all the way back here. Yeah, let's just leave it. It doesn't really matter. It's not really a large zone. I don't really have to worry about hearthing. I'm gonna go north and try to take care of the rest of the grave robbers that we need, get the last Ichor. And we need a named guy. We need Maggot Eye's Paw. Alright, level 12, let's spend our talent point right away. And then we'll have to remember to train when we're back in town. Maggot Eye is dead. Okay, if he's dead, let's go down the hill here. Let's go after the Murloc. We need Vilefins. 5 Vilefin scales. Murlocs are always a joy. Apparently we're cursed. Curse of Thule, spirit reduced by 2, and also we are purple and have glowing red eyes. So yeah. What made me go back to Classic Era? We're just doing something that's a little bit different for a palette cleanser. Because I don't, while I'm gonna play more Kata before Mob comes out, I don't want to get burned out. And I was leveling characters with such rapidity that I was working towards a major case of burnout, so I just needed to have other stuff to do until the pre-patch is out. Just mix it up a bit and cleanse the old palette. And people always get worried every time I like play a different version of the game, but you're probably going to see like a lot more variety, especially like leading up to the pre-patch. And then even when MOP is out, like after the initial leveling push is done in MOP, like I'm just going to have like variety in the streams. Especially when I like to play like as much as I can. I've been able to play for like 6 hours a day recently. And that's been awesome. But it's like if I'm playing 6 hours a day, I can't play the same version every day. I can't play the same version 6 hours a day, 6 days a week. I just find that like depending on what I'm doing, like it's burnout worthy. So probably going to see a little bit of variety. At least we'll probably have a focus, and then if we're focusing on one thing, then maybe we'll stream that 4 times, and then we'll have a 2 days where we stream something different. Son, what's up, man? I don't know where any of that stuff is. I appreciate you coming and bothering me about it. The last time I saw your tablet, for some reason, it was in that little sock thing where we put the lost socks that don't have partners.
Oh yeah.
That was the last place I saw your tablet. As far as your remote, son, I would check your bed, but don't assume I know where these things are at when I'm down here running my stream. Okay.
Okay. I thought like last time that it was just.
No, when I take your stuff from you, you'll know because I'll say I'm taking this from you. You're gonna have to see me before you get it back. I'm not gonna take your stuff from you without you knowing, because if I have to take your stuff from you, it means you did something bad, and that we have to have a conversation about what you did. In this case, it seems like you just lost your stuff. Also, it's not the end of your school day, so you don't need that stuff anyway.
It is.
Why are you not in school right now?
Because it's the end of my school day.
At 12:30? Okay.
I start at 8.
Oh, I thought it was till 1:30. Okay, well then you're gonna have to find said stuff. Dad doesn't have it. Sorry, buddy. Love you. Bye. Exactly, it's your stuff. Why? How am I keeping track of it? Like, I'm down here running a stream. Why do I know where your tablet is? Why do I know where these things are? Like, I don't know where these things are. It's like one time recently I had to take them from him because he was being naughty. And I said, you know, you're not going to get this back until you're done. You come down when you're done, and maybe you can have it back. So it was like one time. So now it's like whenever he can't find his stuff, Dad must have taken it, because Dad took it once. So whenever it's missing, now Dad must have just taken it from me to be mean. I guess that's what it is. CNET, welcome to the stream, buddy. Hope you're doing well today. What is new? What is good? But yeah, anyway, to conclude the conversation we were having before my son interrupted us, expect some variety going forward. We'll always have like a focus of what we're focusing on, but then I'm gonna have to have days where there's just some variety in the version of WoW that we play. And that's gonna help me avoid getting burned out, because I've really been enjoying the longer streams. But burnout is bad. And with me, burnout happens without me really noticing. Like, unless I preemptively try to stop burnout, burnout will creep up on me, and then I don't know that I have burnout until it's too late. It's like when you have a problem, but you keep telling yourself that everything's fine. That's kind of what it's like, but it happens like automatically in my brain. I'm like, everything's fine, this is fine, you're feeling fine, this is fine, and then finally I snap. And I'm like, oh damn, I haven't been fine for like 2 days. I've been really annoyed for 2 days, and I've just been ignoring that feeling. So instead what I do now is I'm gonna try to do like enough variety so that I never get to the point where I'm starting to burn out. Since I can't seem to recognize the signs, I'm just gonna try to like have variety so it just doesn't happen. And that's really the only way I can think to do it. Servers back up? I mean, my servers were never down. I don't know what servers you were playing on, but my servers were never down. I'm on the EU, so this is an EU server, so if US servers are down, like, they could still be down, I don't know. So no more hardcore? Nope, never again. We'll never do hardcore ever again, ever. Yep, because when someone doesn't do something one time, it means that they are never going to do that thing ever again, ever, ever. So yes, John, no hardcore no more. Ever again, ever. Because things only exist in absolutes. There are no gray areas. There are only absolutes. What level is the Paladin? Paladin was 79. I burned out at like 79 and a half. And yeah, so we're probably gonna go back to that tomorrow or the day after and get her a few more levels. And that's what I mean about variety. Like, we're gonna have variety, guys. So I hope you don't mind a bit of variety. We'll have like the characters that we're working on, and we'll just kind of like flip between versions. See how that goes. I guess if I really wanted to, I could stop killing Murlocs. But they're so killable. Never feel bad about it. But yeah, let's get out of here. Let's go check on Magadai, see if maybe he's respawned. I'm sure he's respawned and been killed about a dozen times by now. Yeah, I think a lot of times I just need a day off or a couple days off, and then I'm fine, you know. We had some really negative stuff happen to us at the end of the last Paladin episode. It's just like, I just needed a couple days off, you know. And then I need to not, like, do 6 hours a day of dungeon grinding 6 days a week. When you do 6 hours of dungeon grinding a day, 6 days a week, you're gonna get burned out if that's all you do. Like, it doesn't matter who you are or how much free time you have, or how much you like the game, or how much you're enjoying the class. What I've realized is that if you do that, you're gonna burn out. It doesn't matter. So, you know, we just need to make sure that we don't do that. And as long as we don't do that, then we can just like step away on little breaks and everything will be great. And then when we want to focus on something, and when we have a goal that we want to focus on, then we'll have the patience and we'll have the endurance to do that, because we'll not have recently burned ourselves out on something else. So yeah, I think it's going to be good. 2 hours of dungeons and you're done. And it's funny because when I was talking to my wife about this, like 2 hours was what I came up with. I was like, you know, when it comes to dungeon grinding, like 2 hours of straight dungeon grinding in one day is probably enough. And then you need to do other stuff. Like, you can still play the character, but if you're gonna do straight dungeon grinding, 2 hours in one day is enough. And then if you want to play for 4 more hours, you got to do something else. And for a while I was doing that, you know. For a while on the shaman I was like grinding and questing and grinding and questing. And then the lizard brain took over, and lizard brain says dungeon grinding is fastest way to level. Don't you want fastest way to level? And you know, and like lizard brain took over, and so we just started grinding dungeons back to back to back to back because lizard brain said that's the fastest way to level, so you better do that. So yeah, we let our lizard brain take over and we got burned out, like big surprise. So yeah, the good thing is when we get back on the Pally, we're gonna hit level 80, and then we're gonna go to Vashir, and we're gonna do some quests. So once we're 80, it's gonna be easier to like actually do the quests. We're not gonna have a choice anyway, so we're gonna be able to keep ourselves fresh and not do 6 hours of dungeon grinding. And CNET got burned out. Yeah, that's funny. Like, I think we realized that we were burned out on like the same day. I was running around Hellfire, and you were like, to be honest, I think I'm burning out of leveling. And I was like, yeah, me too, buddy. Me too. And that's like, you know, and it's not really full burnout for me. Like, I just needed to step away for a couple days and realize that, you know, I can spice it up with other versions of the game, and definitely need to be keeping in touch with Classic Era and Making sure that we're enjoying the nice chill times here. How's cata leveling burning me out when it's way harder in classic? We just talked about it. Because we were leveling up by grinding 6 hours of dungeons a day. In classic era, I get to quest. The time it takes to do something has nothing to do with getting burned out. I don't know if you know that. Classic era takes a lot longer to level up, but that's the point. The point is, this is the game. Like, I'm playing the game right now. I'm not trying to get to endgame. That's why I can play endless hours of classic era and I don't get burned out, because I'm not trying to get to something. I'm already there. I can't get burned out because I'm exactly where I want to be. Whereas with kata characters, the only thing I want them to be is max level. Because in kata, that's all that matters. And so you burn out by trying to get characters where they need to be. Whereas in classic era, I'm exactly where I need to be at all moments. That's really the only way I can explain it, buddy. The amount of time it takes to do something or how challenging it is not related to burnout. Burnout usually happens when something is tedious, boring, repetitive, and unfulfilling. Those are the things that cause burnout. Things that are tedious, repetitive, boring, unfulfilling, unsatisfying inherently. That's why people get burned out at jobs a lot. Because a lot of people feel like their work is uninspired, that it's boring, that it's repetitive, and that it's unfulfilling. So that's why you hear so much about burnout in like lower end careers that don't involve a lot of intellectual or physical challenge. When something is challenging and something is harder and something is more difficult to achieve but it's worthwhile, you get immersed into it and you can inherently feel a sense of value in what you're doing. Which is why people with good careers that they love actually feel fulfillment in daily life. Makes sense? It makes sense. It makes sense. Okay, enough of that. Let's play the game. Is this a good linen farm? Have I been getting linen? Not really. I'd love to find a good linen farm where we can get a bunch, but so far that just really hasn't happened. These guys are probably too low of a level to be a good farm anyway. You know what? You know, okay. All right. Alright, we're going to turn these in, and then I think we're going to be ready to head back into the Agamon Mills. Or, wait, what's this? Level 10. Yeah, the Agamon Mills I think we're going to do first before we do the Scarlet Crusade stuff. The temptation was there. Yeah, Esme, I think you know exactly what I was about to do. I didn't do it, though. The temptation's been there since yesterday, but I didn't do it. I'm gonna try not to. For now, a reprieve. And then we'll see. We'll see what happens next. I don't need either of these. We'll take the mail to sell it. Exactly, yeah. Basically, yeah.
What now?
Once it starts to take up like too much of my mental bandwidth, then it's like, nope. If it's dumb and takes up a lot of mental bandwidth from me, then it's not acceptable, and that's the point we're getting to. I think this is in the town hall building.
I am forsaken.
Alright, Forsaken duties. Speak with Deathguard Linnea. I think she's south of town. I feel like we should have had that quest a long time ago and I just didn't get it. And present Severin's orders to Bether Ice Shard in the Undercity. Let's go do that stuff. Let's go down to Linnea and let's run into the Undercity and take care of that quest. There's probably other stuff we could do in Undercity if we think about it. What about professions? Tailoring is at 50. We could probably train tailoring to the next rank, maybe even learn some new patterns. Cooking is almost at 50. Ooh, you know what? Are there recipes here I could buy? I bet there's at least a recipe for bat wings. Do I have bat wings? I don't have any bat wings. Oh wait, meaty bat wing. Okay, yes, let's find the recipe.
What is it?
There we go.
Trust no one.
We will learn that, and then we can cook those up. And I'm pretty sure those are buff food. Well, what do we need? Oh, we need mild spices.
I am forsaken.
Let's sell a couple things while we're here. Mail gauntlets we don't need. Scorpion surprise can go. Darnassus blue can go. Mail legs can go. I think the staff can go. Yep. The axe can go. These are raw. Oh, we can cook those too, so let's keep a hold of those. Sell the gun, sell the belt. Okay. Did I get this gold from my main character? I don't have a main character here on the Horde side. This gold was gifted to me. It's that thing called streamer privilege. I had a very kind person give me some gold. Mm-hmm. Alright, to Undercity we go. I will stop on the road here first. Oh, she has a quest for us too. Kill 8 bleeding horrors and the wandering spirits over to the east. Cool, cool, cool. I think then we're gonna have to eventually go out on this island and talk to a mage. Maybe that chains off of the quest to Undercity. I think that it does. I know there's a guy out here that, like, I often skip this quest. I'm not gonna skip it this time. We're gonna try to do all of the quests here.
I am forsaken. Beware the living. Embrace the shadow.
Yeah, Perk, which a lot of people that play Classic are very, very kind. You know, not only have I had people obviously from the community give me stuff, but I've had like random people in the game come up and give me stuff. I remember in SOD people were handing out gold. A lot of times people just run up to you and they'll give you a gold, they'll give you like a bag. It's pretty cool to see. You know, they're trying to get new characters started. It's a part of the community that exists in Classic era that doesn't really happen in other versions of the game. I've seen it. You had someone give you golden bags just this morning. You see what I mean? Yeah, this kind of stuff happens all the time. But it only really happens in Classic era. And I think that's really special. At what level can you enchant Beast Slayer or Fiery Weapon? Probably like level 50. I don't know if I'm getting those things anytime soon. I think I'd probably get Fiery Weapon first, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Somebody might know. I know zero about enchanting. Alright, so we are going back to the Mage Quarter. The Tailor is in the Mage Quarter as well, it looks like. Yeah, Cena, any greens you don't need that you want me to DE, just mail them to me. And then whenever the mail comes in, I'll grab them and I'll DE all of them. Cause yeah, it's gonna take a while. I don't feel like it's gonna be a quick process. Either way.
What is it?
Look at that, we can do linen bag. We don't need that, but it's, you know, step one. And apparently that's it for now. If I wanted to boost tailoring a little bit, I could probably buy a couple stacks of linen cloth. If we wanted to do that, let's go see how much a stack of linen cloth is on the auction house. Because yeah, I mean, I was gifted a little bit of gold. I wouldn't mind spending a little bit of that gold, getting my professions up. And if I can start doing more with tailoring, then I can start disenchanting that stuff too, and then, you know, it all kind of synergizes. Fiery is 265 and Beast Slayer is 175. So I can probably get Beast Slayer pretty soon if I kind of take some time and focus on tailoring, or just get a bunch of greens mailed to me. Welcome to Auctionator. Oh dear God, what have I done? That's not what I want. I mean, we can get stacks of 20 for like 12 or 13 silver. I'm just gonna buy a bunch. I feel like that's fine. Because we have first aid too. We're gonna have to level first aid too. So yeah, I'll just buy a bunch. It's really cheap. It's like actually crazy cheap. Okay. That might be enough. Let's not get carried away. Billy TK, welcome to the stream, buddy. Sorry about that, my voice decided to completely stop working. I blame my allergies. They've still been really bad, despite taking meds. This is gonna take a minute. I guess that's like one quality of life feature I'd love to see, is this bar moving about twice as fast. There's really, I mean, there's probably like a technical limitation back in the day why they wouldn't want like players making stuff faster, but I'm pretty sure that like whatever the technical limitation was, it probably doesn't exist anymore. And they could probably just go like into a line of code and just speed this up. You'd think so anyway. Yeah, the cat crafting speed is nice. Exactly. I think if they just took that crafting speed and worked it backwards, I don't think anyone would be mad. Do you think? I don't think at this point that would upset anybody, especially just for anniversary realms. Like, you wouldn't do that to the classic era realms. You would only do that with the anniversary realms, since they've already added so many things to the anniversary realms that weren't there initially. I feel like people would be okay with that. But maybe there's some technology that I don't understand that would stop them from doing it. But yeah, it takes a while, even for simple stuff. It's what bathroom breaks are for. Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly. That's fair. I'm sure that's exactly what the devs were thinking too when they decided how long it would take to craft stuff. They were like, this is gonna be when people use the potty. It's definitely designed that way for a reason. 10 copper ore is 2 gold. Wow. So that's where people are making all their money. They're definitely not making money by selling linen. Linen was really cheap. Well, that's a good incentive to mine, but what you have to do is this: before you mine too much, like, experiment, make sure you can actually sell it for that much. Because I've seen classic markets where the selling price is high, but I put stuff up just below the market price and it never sells. It doesn't sell. I get it back the next day. And that's happened to me a lot in classic, where like I feel like I'm putting it up at the price or below the price, but then it doesn't sell anyway. ESO has instant crafting and it's like 10 years old. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, WoW is older, but yeah. I liked instant crafting in New World. That was nice. You can like just make 100 things in one click. I like making 100 things in one click. Doesn't make any sense, but it's convenient. Alright, that is all of our maybe I could have saved some for first aid, but whatever. I guess if we want some for first aid, we'll just buy some more. I probably didn't need all of those bolts, but we'll see. In Classic Era, we don't get bonuses for professions. Like, you're not getting stamina for mining or crit for skinning or any of that stuff. You don't have your alchemy heal, etc. Alright, what do we need? We probably just need to buy some more thread. You know, I used to hate the retail auction house, and then I learned how to use it in Cataclysm, and now I like it. Yeah, it takes a minute to figure it out, but especially when you're selling stuff, it makes selling stuff incredibly easy. And yeah, I wouldn't mind having the retail auction house in Anniversary. I used to hate it. It's like funny. It's like, you know, it's obvious, like, before you start to learn how to use something, it's going to be friction, and you're going to hate that friction. Yeah, as soon as I found out how to use it and how it could be useful to me and make my life easier, I liked it. I could be making other stuff, but I kind of want to make these so that I can disenchant them. Like, if for skill ups, it would probably be more beneficial to do the heavy linen gloves, but they're not green, so I can't DE those. We're still getting consistent skill ups here. We're just getting, we're gonna get less overall. Area loot? I wouldn't mind area loot. That people would probably hate that, but yeah, I'm such a bad looter that I wouldn't mind area loot. Basically, in any game that I play, I want to have area loot. The alternative is that I leave so much on the ground, it's disgusting. Yeah, we're close to cap. Our inventory is going to be full. And then we will DE all the things. Let's stop there so we got a couple of extra slots. And we'll just DE everything. I'm going to move this over to a keybind. Buying some rune cloth bags would be nice. I mean, sure, do you want to buy them for me? Because I'm pretty sure that's out of my price range. Don't think I can afford rune cloth bags. I might just hold off on bags. Eventually I'll be able to make some. These are 8 slots. I feel like I can make 10 slot bags like relatively soon. So I don't think I'm going to spend any gold on bags. I think that would kind of, like, it kind of defeats the point, like one of the points of being a tailor. If I spend a bunch of money on bags. I'd rather spend a bunch of money on mats and just level up our tailoring so we can make said bags. You know what I mean? And now, the really painful part. They need to make an add-on that takes these 3 clicks and makes it 1 click. Or add the vellum that you can enchant and sell. I would love it for them to do that, because I really don't want to meet people in shady back alleys to open up a trade window with them to enchant their gear for gold. I'm not going to be spending any of my time doing that. I'll probably never enchant items unless it's for somebody that I know from chat or from a guild, you know? But if I could put it on the paper or whatever and sell it as an item on the auction house, then I could probably make money off enchanting. So yeah, I think that they should add that to Anniversary Realms. I'd love to be able just to make this into like its own thing. And then just go put it up on the auction house. That'd be awesome. Yeah, but herbs are pretty easy to find. If you're having trouble with herbs, go to, oh, on the Horde side. Where would I go for herbs on the Horde side? That's a good question. On the Alliance side, it's like go to Dunmoral. Where do you go for herbs on the Horde side? Probably not Duratar. Maybe Mulgore? Do you think... Oh, you were in Mulgore. They didn't have a lot of herbs in Mulgore? There's got to be a zone with like an abundant amount of herbs. I bet Tirisfal Glades probably has a lot of herbs. Yeah, that's what I feel like. I feel like if you want to do a lot of herbing on the Horde side early, you want to probably be in Tirisfal Glades. It's probably better than Mulgore, I bet. Stone Talon's amazing. He's early though. He's not ready. I don't think he's ready for Stone Talon yet. Yeah, you should go to Tirisfal Glades if you want to focus herbing, CNET. That's what I think, and it seems to be the general consensus in chat. I think that's like the Dunmorrow equivalent, or there should be dense herbage. New recipes? Yeah, we probably do have new recipes. I'll learn them, but as long as these are still orange, I'm just gonna stick with these for now. I don't really care about the enchants themselves at this point. I just want to get it skilled up to higher level when the enchants are going to be more impactful. These little enchants mean nothing to me. Alright, there we go. We are done with that for now. So, a couple of things. Let's talk to the tailoring trainer.
What now?
He's got a bunch of stuff. And then let's find the enchanting trainer. The enchanter's all the way down in the apothecarium for some reason. Let's go turn in our quest first. Then we will head down that way. We also hit level 12, and I don't think I've trained yet, so maybe we go talk to our trainer. We got Warlock trainers on this side. We must be on the other side.
Yes.
Conjure Food rank 2, Dampen Magic, Slow Fall, Fireball 3. And that's it.
Our time.
Pull out Fireball 3. Conjure Food 2. Let's go ahead and remove that. Let's make some of the new food. Drop the old food. Dampen Magic could be good if we're going up against casters. Slow Fall, I don't have a reagents for. Are we going Frost Spec? Yes. We will be leveling as Frost Spec. Alright, to the Apothecarium we go. We will level up our Enchanting. Well, we'll train our Enchanting, and then I think we are done in Undercity for now. Unless anybody can think of anything else we need to do here. Possibly cooking. Yeah, we should visit the cooking trainer, because Brill doesn't have one. Nobody there needs to eat, I guess, so nobody there cooks. Is maybe the rationale behind not having a cooking trainer in Brill. $48 gold, I am rich. Yeah, a very kind person gave me a little bit of gold. Yep, streamer privilege in this case. That's absolutely right. A stronger wand? I already have one because a really kind person gave me a level 13 greater magic wand. So we are ready for that as soon as we ding level 13. Where is this trainer? Maybe on the other side. There we go. There's a lot of stuff. I don't think we can do any of it because I'm pretty sure we're out of mats. We're not out of mats. We have a lot of lesser magic essence, but I don't seem to have. Oh, if I want to buy some simple wood, I could get 12 more skill ups. I think we do that. Is there a reason why he's not able to teach me? Do I have to talk to the expert enchanter?
Hello?
Yeah. Okay. I gotta learn the next rank. Enchanting supplies. Let's buy some of these. Oh, I should buy all of his mats too. Let's buy all of his mats. Let's buy the recipe. Oh, I can't do all of these at once. Even this one I have to click it multiple times. I was hoping I could craft these and step away really fast, but no. Even the wands we have to click each time. We can't do craft all or make all. The whole window just must operate differently. Because you'd think at least for this one we could just craft all of them at once. But no, we're technically enchanting it or something. Enchanters don't need bio breaks. Yeah, enchanters don't get bio breaks. Not allowed. We can do one of minor mana to chest, that'd be okay. Yeah, it's a pity I can't disenchant the wands. That would be like an endless cycle. Yeah, I could make the wands to disenchant the wands, to get the mats, to make the wands, to disenchant the wands, to get the mats, to make the wands, you know? That would be a nice trick. At least I can sell the wands for a little bit of coin. Well, there we go. That is Enchanting 74, Tailoring is at 70, Cooking is at 54, First Aid is pretty low. We'll have to get on that eventually. Let's visit the cooking trainer, and then I think we'll get out of here. In Classic, the last Enchanting trainer is in Uldaman. I will try to keep that in mind. That's a funny place to put him. Maybe by the time we need him, we'll have at least done Uldaman. I don't think we'll be able to navigate it on our own, depending on how fast or slow we are at leveling Enchanting. We didn't get the Expert Tailor stuff. That's okay, we'll get it next time. We don't have any mats really right now anyway, do we? No, we got like very little mats anyway. Cooking trainer is over here. Or not. Okay, she's over here.
And you are.
Journeyman cook, wolf meat, boiled clams, coyote steaks. Okay, so we're good for now. Joey, that's awesome, man. Yeah, there's definitely lots of whispering and like sub-vocalizations and stuff going on in the soundtrack here. Definitely worth listening to with headphones at least once. In hardcore, I never would have ran onto that elevator. In hardcore, there's a policy where if you round the corner and the door is already open, you do not get on the elevator. Never get on an elevator in hardcore where the door is already open. You have to see the door open and then you're allowed to get on it. That would have been really risky. Alright, before we go out into the wilds, I do need to bio, so I will be right back. Alright, let's go. Put our buffs back up. A stronger spell is in effect. Okay, I'll take it. Somebody must have just buffed me with that before I got back. Let's see, this is level 11, yeah, we gotta head out to the mills first. That's gonna be our first stop. Can you transfer hardcore anniversary characters to normal anniversary realms? Yes. In fact, that's the only place you can transfer them, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure any hardcore anniversary character that dies can only go to era anniversary realms.
Speak quickly.
I could be wrong about that, but it sounds right. I don't think they can go to the regular era realms. You don't have to die. Yeah, you don't even have to die to do the transfer. You can have a hardcore character and they can still be perfectly alive, and you can just decide, yeah, I want to go play with my friends on the anniversary realm, and you can just transfer them. Don't have to be dead. When I max a character, do I just move on and make a new one? It depends on what we're talking about. I don't have a lot of max level classic era tunes. We have a handful. And yeah, typically in classic era, like we capped out the paladin, and I had no interest in doing vanilla endgame, so we just moved on. Yeah, in vanilla era, I have no interest in endgame. To me, endgame isn't interesting until TBC put heroic dungeons in. Cena, you want a shaman and a hunter after that warrior? Alright, I mean total, you're looking at about 500 hours or so. If you want all three of those characters, you're looking at about 500 hours of playtime. Which, you know, it's a lot of playtime, but you might have time for that between now and TBC. It might not. It might be less than 500, but it's going to be pretty close depending on your leveling speed. Yeah, you do have time. You're going to be playing MOP too, though. You're not going to have all the time because you're going to be playing MOP. Now, granted, like you'll be done leveling characters in MOP. You'll have whatever characters you want to be your main and your alt, so you will have time. Yeah. Yeah, with the warrior, it's really important that you have good weapons. Honestly, I feel like if you're starting fresh on a server and you don't have gold and you don't have like a support structure of like awesome people to give you stuff, then it's really hard to go on a melee class. Because in vanilla era, melee classes live or die by having like the best weapon they can have for their level. Even if that means just being able to afford a pretty good green that's at level with you on the auction house, like you need decent weapons or you're gonna suffer. I feel like as a first character on a realm, a caster is a safer bet. A caster doesn't rely on their gear for their character power in vanilla. You rely on your gear a little bit for your mana pool, obviously, and your health pool, but you don't rely on it while you're leveling for spell power or anything like that. So you can have shitty gear on a caster, and as long as you're training your new ranks of spells, you're going to be powerful. And so yeah, I just feel like overall casters make better, like, fresh start characters. A warlock would probably make the best fresh start character, because then you're a caster and you're not going to have to buy a mount. So you're saving a bunch of money on your first tune by not buying a mount. I would say a warlock with mining and herbalism is like the ideal fresh start character for trying to establish yourself on a new realm. Emo, probably not happening, but fresh TBC would be really cool. I mean, these servers are going to become TBC, but yeah, I mean, that's about as fresh as it's going to get for TBC. They're probably not gonna, if they didn't do it already, they're not just gonna open up a realm like in the TBC era. We're gonna roll into TBC. That's what they decided they wanted to do. If they wanted to just do fresh TBC, then they had their chance when they opened these realms. I had kind of been hoping they were going to jump right into TBC. Like, and when these realms opened, I was kind of hoping they would be TBC realms, but that was not the route they went. There should be a named guy around here somewhere. Unless someone killed him recently. Then we could be waiting for respawn. Oh, there's one of them. Way out there in the distance. Yeah, that's a different guy though. Thurman should be back here somewhere. We'll come back. Do I think casters rely too much on wanding? No. Wanding is amazing. The ability to wand at lower levels and have wanding be a significant source of damage, the way auto attack is a significant source of damage for melee people, is amazing. Like, wand in classic era is basically filling the auto attack portion of a caster's DPS, because we don't get an auto attack. So no, I think wanding is amazing, and it's one of the things that sets classic era and TBC apart from other versions of the game where the wanding is significantly weakened. I love wanding. One of my favorite builds is to buff Power Word Shield on the priest and buff wands, and then I just wand things down. I just like Shadow Word Pain, Power Word Shield, wand, 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 dead, on to the next. It's like, I love it. I love being an auto attack caster, it's the best. Now here he is. It was polite of him to show up. Wayne, thank you so much for the 9 months of support, man. I really appreciate that. Thanks for being here today. Eventually I'm going to have to rely on my Frostbolt more because we're buffing Frostbolt, but man, Fireball hits for so much damage. It's really hard to resist just flinging the fireballs. You guys are really going to do wand puns? Oh man. There can't be that many wand puns. I wonder when Robert will hit level 13. Okay, that's something. I don't know, guys. Wouldn't you know? I don't know about that one. Yeah, I think the wand puns need a little bit of work. They're not doing it for me. Oh dear God, what have I done? Let's see. This is fine. Let's freeze this guy in place, and then we'll deal with this caster. We can't sheep these guys because they're undead. Oh God, we pulled Nissa. Okay, let's dampen magic. Maybe that would help us out a little bit. I can kill him with the wand. I think my next move is to try to... Oh no, that was bad. Uh-oh, this is trouble. Do we have a potion? We do have some potions. I'm gonna have to use a potion. Let's do that. We can freeze her in place. We can back off. Okay, fireball. Boom. Big damage. And the wand finishes her off. As it does. Cool. See, on hardcore, that would have been really, really scary and anxiety-inducing. That's why we're not playing hardcore. So I can get myself into those situations, and I can have fun with the class trying to dig our way out of the hole. You can't do that stuff in hardcore. Are you just wandering around? Oh my God. Oftentimes I am, yeah. Oftentimes I am. It's wonderful. Somebody's gonna get kicked. These are really bad. Alright, that's everything we need, I think, for now. A letter undelivered. I think a letter undelivered is a random chance to drop. And we just haven't gotten it. We'll be back here, I think, to do at least one other quest. I'm not going to worry about farming up the letter. It's a little bit of like breadcrumb XP, but I don't think it's much more than that. I think he wants everyone to stop. Terrible. Mr. Santa, the floating bones don't do it for you? Yeah. Yeah, I want my meaty parts back too. Maybe in Classic Plus we'll be able to make fleshy undead. Hey, David, I hate to break it to you, man, but you're 100% wrong. you cannot DE the wands. Yeah. That would be an infinite loop of resources, my friend. And they did not, unfortunately, they did not create an infinite loop of resources. Sometimes we think we're 90% right when we're 100% wrong. And this is one of those times. Wand 100% for sure. Yes. Mm-hmm. Wand 100%.
I am forsaken. Remember, patience, discipline.
Am I stacking spirit on gear? I mean, I'm level 12, so I'm not stacking anything yet. We barely have any stats. You know, you to stack things, you need more things to stack. Right now, we're taking what we can get.
Victory for Sylvanas. Trust no one.
All right, so we have the quest for Captain Vakan and the 5 Scarlet Friars. I thought we were going to get a quest to go back to the mills, but I guess not yet. Oh, we have another turn-in. Okay, yeah, let's go turn this one in. Maybe this one chains back to the mills. Where is this? It must be inside the building. Here we go. 8 Wailing Ancestors, 8 Rotting Ancestors. Kill Captain Dargle and bring his skull back to Magistrate Severin. Okay, that was the one I was thinking of. That one is level 13, so we're going to do the stuff over here to the east first. I think we'll just hang out here. We'll try to finish up everything in Tirisfal before we head back to Durotar. And then I think as soon as we go back to Durotar, maybe we should try to get attuned for Ragefire Chasm. And by attuned, I mean like do the lead-in quest to get the quest from Thrall and whatnot. AKA attuned. Oh, let's go out to the island first. Yeah, I almost forgot to do this one. We need to go retrieve the Lich's spellbook. There's a random fisherman out here.
Speak quickly. Trust no
Yeah, we haven't done any fishing today, but I don't really like fishing in Tirisfal Glades. It always kind of worries me. And I feel like most of the time we fish up sickly fish. So we probably want to take some time today to work on fishing over in Durotar. Alright, they can't come into the water, so I can't fight them from the water, because if I fight them from the water, they're going to evade bug. Yeah, this quest is all back and forth. I don't like this quest. But I told myself I would try to do all of the quests here without skipping any, since we are playing Classic Era. And we don't have any kind of XP buff or anything like that. I know that we really can't afford to be skipping stuff all willy-nilly. You know what? We're actually... Okay. Where's the named guy? Oh, the named guy's down here. Okay. The second named guy, like at the end of the chain, he's up here, but we need to go down this way. So let's swim across the lake. We should kill any bats we come across. We need their meaty bat wings for cooking. I guess the dogs might drop meat as well. Do they drop like coyote meat or do they drop wolf meat? They drop one of the two. Stringy wolf meat. Cool, okay. So basically any animal at this point we could use for cooking. How the heck can a bat have meaty bat wings? Have you seen these bats? These bats are like 50 pounds. I think once a bat reaches these proportions, there's going to be some meat on its wings, unfortunately. It's kind of like disgusting to think about, but yeah, it's a big bat. The coffee is empty, chat. It's gone. Coffee break will be incoming. I'm gonna try to wait until we're headed back over to Durotar, but you know what? That might be a while. It might be too long of a wait. We'll see. Mantar, good evening to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, the problem is every time I go get coffee, I try to eat something too. What can I... Oh, I have sushi. That's right, my wife got me sushi yesterday. That's going to be really easy for me to eat, so maybe I will go soon and get coffee and shove some sushi into my mouth hole. Martin, good afternoon, man. Welcome to the stream. Am I preferring this to Cat? No, it's not about preference. I have fun in both games. I just needed a little palate cleanser. Now, we're going to have more variety in the streams. I talked about it a little bit earlier, but I'm going to not get burned out anymore. You know, when we're doing 6 hours of dungeons 6 days a week, it's just a way to get burned out. So I'm going to avoid that in the future. And we'll just have a little bit more variety in the streams. You know, there will be times when we're focusing on like one thing, accomplishing one thing, and there will be many weeks when we kind of spice it up a bit to avoid burnout. Yeah, like tomorrow I think I'm going to go back on the Pally and level a bit more on the Pally. The day after that I'll probably be back on the Mage. And we're just going to try to keep everything relatively fresh. But it has nothing to do with preference. I have a lot of fun in both versions of the game. They're obviously both very different games. And I don't want to get burned out from MoP. And I'm never going to exclusively play Classic Era. I don't think there will be a time, unless we're playing Classic Plus, there probably won't be a time when I'm just only going to play Classic Era, so... Yeah, because I do like endgame, I like having endgame stuff to do. It's just gotta be a balance. Some kind of equilibrium. How's my mental state now? My mental state now is great because this is my 3rd day away from grinding dungeons. So yeah, so now I'm ready to go back on the pally and do some questing. Like, my mental state is great because I acknowledged that I was burning out and I stepped away. So I'd say I'm doing great. We got the named guy. What am I looking for? I need one more friar. This guy will do. A rumor has it the next seasonal server will be Burning Crusade Sod. I wouldn't put any stock in that, man. I haven't heard that at all. And I think there's people that wanted that. There's people that wanted Sod to continue into BC. I don't think we're going to actually get that. But if they wanted to do a seasonal experiment in TBC era, like, yeah, I'd be down for that. I will play any seasonal experiment they come up with. Will I have fun? I don't know. In the phase 1 of Sod, I had fun. In phase 2, I had In phase 3, I hated it. And then in phase 5 and 6, I came back and loved it. So I'll play whatever seasonal experiments they want to put together. I would rather they stop doing seasonal stuff and put their heads down and work on Classic Plus. And I think that's what everyone would probably prefer. I think a lot of Classic fans would probably prefer they not keep doing seasons every 2 years. It's a lot of development just to throw it away at the end. So I don't think we're gonna see more seasons like Sod. I think Sod was a one-off experiment, and I think the next natural step leads us into an actual static state Classic Plus that grows and expands over time in its own direction. But we'll see. It's Blizzard, so we don't know anymore. That's the great thing about Blizzard nowadays, is like, for a while, Blizz used to be really predictable, and they would telegraph the stuff they were going to do from like really far out. You knew what they were going to do. And recently, they've been really off the wall. Like, no one expected player housing to be announced when it was. No one expected the one-button rotation to be announced when it was. And so they're setting this new precedent of keeping things under wraps and working on stuff for a long time without anybody finding out. Working on stuff that we had no idea they were working on. So what are they going to do next for Classic? I'm not willing to guess. Because I have accepted that this is a different Blizzard that we're starting to see. And they're doing a lot of things that are very surprising that we did not anticipate. So yeah, I don't know what they're going to do next, and I'm just excited to wait and see what it is. Whatever it is, if it's Classic, I'll play it, and we'll see. I do have the Greater Magic Wand on me. Thank you for the reminder. We did ding level 13. Let's go ahead and get that bad boy equipped. Very nice. Is Classic Plus confirmed? It's confirmed that the Classic team is working on what is next for Classic. That's confirmed. You know, Sod is over. They've done interviews. They've done Blue Post. They've sent out surveys, and we know they're at work working on what is next for Classic, and that's all we know. We know there is something next for Classic, something we don't know about, and that's it. So I'm just calling that concept Classic Plus, basically. Like, it's Classic Next. There we go, we'll call it Classic Next. Which just means whatever is next for Classic. Whether that is another season, whether it is something more like a Classic Plus, where we get a vanilla era that gets expanded on and gets taken into a different direction than the original game. Like, who knows what it'll be. That's kind of my point. It's like, right now, Blizz has been so surprising lately that it would be hard to guess, I think, what they're going to do exactly. Talent point, we're going to put that into improved Frostbolt. We're going to have to start Frostbolting more. You know, we've almost got this maxed out, cutting half a second off the cast time, so we should probably start getting used to spamming it a little bit more than we have been. It's going to be a big mana conservation tool, other than like firing off 2 fireballs every fight. It just eats mana. Maybe I'll do 2 frost bolts, 1 fireball, then I'll wand them down. Let's see how that works. Let's go 1, 2, fireball, and wand. Oh, yeah, that feels pretty good. We're gonna get hit a little bit, but that's okay. Parkow, happy birthday to you, man. That's awesome. Happy 50th. Thank you for spending some of your birthday here with us. I really appreciate that. Hope you have a great one. Alright, that's it for the spirits and the ghouls. Let's head up into the hollow here and go after the Nightweb Spider Venom. We need 4 of them. That's a low number, so that means the drop rate is going to be atrocious. I am looking forward to it. Silverpine or the Barrens after Tirisfal. I think we're going to do some stuff in Silverpine. We have to finish up Durotar first. Yeah, we still have stuff in Durotar to do. So after we finish here, we're going to finish up Durotar. We're going to get set up to do Ragefire Chasm, which means doing the Skull Rock stuff. And then we go to Tirisfal, or we go to Silverpine for a little bit, and then we go to Barrens. So yeah, we will do the intro stuff in Silverpine before digging into the Barrens, because the intro stuff in Silverpine is a bit of a lower level. I think the first quest is like level 10 or level 11. Sometimes I out-level the first quest just naturally. So we'll see how that goes. These spiders are tucked away far back here. Yeah, I mean, we're going to do all of it. It's just a matter of what we do first. We're going to have to do all of it. We're going to do all of Silverpine. We're going to do all of the Barrens. But we want to approach it in a way that we can get the most out of both the zones. Which means we don't want to miss too much due to out-leveling it. Inventory full. Oh no. What have we done? That's a cool looking robe. Just saying. It's pretty cool. We have a problem, guys. We have a teensy weensy problem. We don't have inventory space. We're pretty far from town. We need 2 more items. I think I have to suck it up and just get the 2 last items we need. What's our cheapest thing? We could probably drop the spider limbs. That's only 12 copper. 9 copper. 9 copper we can live without. 7 copper we can live without. 4. Okay, we can drop... Yeah, we can drop that stuff. Refreshing spring water we really don't need. I think we're okay. Yeah, we had quite a bit of junk that's not going to sell for anything at all. Let's stay out here and just get the last couple of items. Indigo Star, I'm good. Thanks for stopping by the stream. I appreciate it. Maybe we'll bump into each other in Tirisfal Glades. It's like the second one of those robes we've gotten. I don't know why the spiders have robes. It's a little bit weird, right? I thought maybe they were like cosplaying as mages or something in their spare spider time. Yeah, there's going to be a coffee break incoming very, 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 very soon. I think I'm going to finish this quest and then we'll take a little coffee break. There we go. That is nice. That one's all done. We can't hearth back. Our hearthstone is still set back in Duratar. So we are going to have to make the run. We'll stop down here on the road, turn in this one to Deathguard Linnea, and then head back to Brill. Dustin, thanks for watching the rogue videos, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're digging them. Sajel T. Helvet, thank you so much for the membership. I appreciate that. Thanks for that, and thanks for hanging out with us today. Okay, let's take advantage of the vendor here. Small spider legs. This is a cooking item. I don't really know where to get that recipe from. Maybe we can get it from Undercity. Lesser magic wand we can sell. Tough jerky we can sell. The bread we can sell. These we can cook. Oh wait, these are cooked. Okay, we can sell them. We already cooked those. And I think that's basically it. Let's go ahead and use this potion. And let's do a bit of cooking. If we're gonna make the buff food, we might as well try to eat the buff food.
I haven't got all day.
Let's take our breadcrumb back to the Undercity first. We have to go talk to somebody in the Mage Quarter. They're gonna send us back out to this island. So maybe what we'll do is we'll go this way, we'll take care of this stuff, we'll come back through here, we'll go to the island, and then we'll circle back. If we do it like that, we might be able to finish everything up here in one loop. You know what though? Yeah, we're gonna also have maybe another quest to go here. So maybe the loop becomes this. And then we circle back. Either way, we do have some more time here before we go back to Durotar, I think. Webley, I'm glad to be able to help out in that way. That's awesome. Yes, Dante, I think that you're absolutely right. My wife just brought me some chicken nuggets. So I am going to take a quick break. I am going to get some coffee. I will be right back. I'm going to shove these nuggets into my mouth. And we will continue. I'll see you guys on the flip side. Alright, I'm back. Thank you guys for hanging out. We were heading into the city, not out of the city. Anything else we want to do here besides turn in the quest? I think we're good. Because we were here pretty recently. The Tauren on his mount cannot fit through the elevator door. He had to dismount and go into cat form to fit out the door. That's hilarious. Class training, we train level 12, so we are good on that. Until 14. Mr. Santa, I'm gonna interpret that affectionately and assume that you did not call your wife an inanimate object. I think you meant it affectionately, but it came off sounding like you called your wife a kitchen appliance, which I have to mention. Oh, my own wife gave you the flat stare. She interpreted it the same way. I think a lot of people would read that statement and assume that you just called your wife a inanimate object. And I don't think you meant it that way. At least I hope you didn't. So I just thought I would call it out. I tried to be the first person to call it out, but Amy beat me there with her flat stare. Yeah, no training. We're trained up. We're trained up. We're good to go. Is the Pally 85? We're going to be back on the Pally tomorrow. The Pally's 79 right now. And then I got a little burned out, so we're going to have more variety on the streams, but we will be playing the Pally tomorrow and going into the Kata zones to start working towards 85. Yeah, that's what Mr. Santa, that's what I thought too. Yeah, like immediately I was like, well, he didn't mean it the way we would interpret it. Yeah. I was assuming you were being affectionate towards your significant other and not demeaning them on my stream. So, yeah. Brutal. Yeah, see, that's like brutal, man, brutal. Brutal. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh. Poor Mrs. Santa. No, it's just a misunderstanding. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, that's what I assumed. I assumed you meant that she's the one who can make drinkable coffee. Yeah, that's what I read between the lines, you know, and that's what I assumed. We just had to clarify, you know. Alright, so let's go back to Brill. We'll turn in things there, and then we're going to start over at the crypt, work our way across the zone to the east, and then that should basically let us wrap everything up if we do it like that. Then we can get out of here and return to brighter skies and less gloomy surroundings over in Durotar. Any retail plans with the new patch coming out today? Nope. I will probably not be back in retail until Legion Remix, and I'm probably not going to play mainline retail until after the World Soul Saga ends. But I'll go back and check out fun things, like Legion Remix seems fun. If they do any fun events, then I'll pop back in to check those out.
Better be good.
But I gotta be done. I got to be done for now, and then we'll see what they do after the World Soul Saga concludes. And then maybe I'll go back for that. Between now and then, I have lots of classic I can play. Oh, this is the guy in the basement again. Yeah, we have to poison another poor, innocent Alliance member. This time I think it's a dwarf. Sorry, buddy. Do I not have interest in player housing? I have no interest in player housing in a game that I don't want to play. Like, the game doesn't offer me anything, really. I'm not interested in the story. I don't enjoy the questing. The only elements of the game I have fun with are Mythic Plus. And, yeah, I don't want to play the game just for one aspect of it. It's too much of an investment to say, like, I enjoy this one small part of this game, I'm just gonna play it for that. It's not worth the time investment. Because I just don't care. I don't care about the world or my character or the characters or any of it. If they made it so I can do Mythic Plus from the character screen, I'd probably log in and do like 5 hours a week of Mythic Plus and just have some fun, get some gear, and then I probably would just touch it once a week. But as long as they want me to like log into the world and interact in the world, I don't have any interest in interacting in the world they've made. It just doesn't appeal to me. And then what always confuses me about player housing is like, player housing is a really cool thing to have, but ultimately what's the point? So like, I can make a really cool player house and then I can hang out in it alone by myself. Let's assume I can invite friends, like I can show it off a little bit, like, oh, look at my cool house. I don't really care. If there's nothing to do there, like, I don't really care. I'm not going to spend a lot of time in my player house. So what's the point of even really worrying about it? If it's like a part of the game that I'm not really going to spend a lot of time in, besides like making it, there's nothing to do in it, and it's not its own little game. It's just like a player. I don't know. I guess I don't care about player housing as much as some people do. Unless it's like a different kind of game. Like if it's like a game like Valheim, then obviously I care about player housing a little bit more because it's like a big part of the gameplay. It's like base building, but it's World of Warcraft, and like housing is not a part of the gameplay. So I don't know. It just seems like another thing to get on a treadmill, to farm things up for your... It just seems like another thing to waste time with, as opposed to like a fulfilling gameplay experience. But that's just my opinion. Everybody's different, and I just don't care about player housing as much as some people do. Everything here is pretty dead. We need the stuff around here, so let's start with this Wailing Ancestor and go from there. We have to make our way down into the crypts to fight a named guy, I think. Yeah, Dargle. We need Dargle. God, even having to talk about retail lowers my energy level so much, guys. Oh my god. Like immediately, as soon as if I have to talk about retail or like explain why I'm not playing it, oh my god, it's crazy how much of like an immediate depressant it is to even think about retail at all. Oh, it sucks that that's how it is for me, but that's how it is. It's depressing to even think about. A little off topic. Have I bought a Switch 2? No, I don't have money to waste on a Switch 2. I'm still trying to save money and justify buying myself a PS5 so I can play the Final Fantasy remake and not on an Xbox, because I don't want to play it on a shitty Xbox Series X. So yeah, I have zero interest in the Switch 2 right now. I don't play on the Switch anyway. My kid will want a Switch 2 eventually. Maybe I'll get him one for Christmas or something if we have the money. Missing my buffs. Dang, Alex, thank you. We don't want to go into this crypt without our buffs. Yeah, the retail zones look amazing, but feel soulless. Yes, exactly. And in retail, the more you try to stay on the ground in retail, and I know this because I did it in War Within, the more you try to stay on the ground and actually appreciate the zones, the more you realize how empty and hollow they feel. They've been designed to be best absorbed but when flying through them. And as soon as you land yourself on the ground and stick to a ground mount, or if, God forbid, you try to run around on your own 2 feet as a character and explore, the world feels like it's this open, broad strokes, like kind of soulless. It's like you're looking at a pretty painting. You're not on a game world that actually feels like a world. Suddenly you're on the ground on a pretty painting, and it just for some reason feels hollow as a gameplay experience. That's the last thing I'll say about it. Like I said, you can see how depressed I get just even thinking about retail and how I feel about it. It's not a pleasant topic for me. I don't like how much I hate it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel a lot of negativity towards retail, and I don't like that, because it's like, it's just not a game for me anymore, but a lot of times it still feels like personal. So, yeah. Don't lock you. I'm gonna kick you. Yeah. If you keep telling me to PvP, I will kick you. I'm probably not going to PvP. I won't kick you, but I'm probably not going to PvP. I don't have a lot of interest in it, and I have even less interest in like retail PvP than any other PvP. Kick him, yeah, just kick him. Okay, no, I won't. Yeah, Talon, maybe that's part of it. And thankfully, I haven't put a lot of time into retail recently. The last time I put a lot of time into retail was probably Warlords of Draenor, so I'm lucky in that regard. Like, my engagement with retail over the years has been very little. And for that, I'm really lucky. Typically, what happens is, like, the base game comes out, like Shadowlands, BFA. I played through the base campaign, I decided, yeah, this is not very great, this is not for me, and I quit playing. Like, thankfully, that's been my experience. And it was similar in Dragonflight. I went back in the Emerald Dream patch and then got into Mythic Plus a little bit. But my initial brush with it, I played the main story quest. I leveled my character and I was like, yeah, that's it. I'm good. I'm done. So thankfully, I haven't pumped a lot of time into retail. So I think a lot of people are probably in worse shape than I am because, yeah, they actually kept playing and playing and playing it. And, you know, they're still playing it today. They're still not happy. Yeah, I'm lucky that I love Classic. Not everyone is as lucky as I am. Martin, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here today. Alright, I mean, eventually I'll clear to this guy if I can get through the respawns. Wow. Okay, I was gonna say, you ran right past me and you're not gonna let me into your group. Okay, he did let us into the group, but thankfully we did get some damage on the guy, so we should be good. I thought he was gonna run by and ignore my invite. That would have been incredibly rude. All right, we are done here. Let's head down the coast. We're going to go all the way over this way and go after Captain Melrosh and the 2 Scarlet bodyguards. There is a way up somewhere over here. I think that level 11 person bit off a little more than they could chew. Yeah, it's a tough place to be at any level, but especially when you're level 11. I would say our buddy is here a little bit young. Luckily for him, we're here now. Let's go ahead and see if we can get him into the group. There we go. Simple enough. Okay, now we're heading out to the little island to talk to the mage guy that's out there. After that, I think we'll be basically done here. I can't remember any other quests here or any other quest lines that we haven't already done. Did we go into the crypt at the Agamon Mills? Yep, we just did that one before we headed out here. And so that should have been the last part of the Agamon Mills. This was the last part of the Scarlet Crusade stuff, and then we talked to the mage here. Maybe this mage has one more quest for us. That I don't remember. I think he's just like, okay, cool. And maybe he has us go back to Undercity one more time. But I think besides that, we're done. Obtain a Candle of Beckoning. Take a Candle of Beckoning from the crate. Oh, yeah. Light it on the altar and Lilith will awaken. Destroy Lilith and I will believe you are the Lich King's foe. I remember. Okay. Yeah, bony elbows notwithstanding, unfortunately, in Classic Era, the Forsaken have the best animations. And, yeah, they're just, unfortunately, they're the best Horde race. Even though you can see their bones. I did a lot of experimenting on a lot of different races and classes before I settled on this. And visually, like, as far as, like, movement and physics and casting and attack animations, this was the only real option. Everything else had some issues. And until Blood Elves are in the game, Forsaken is as good as it gets. But the orc wanding! Right, exactly. You know, and the female orcs are okay, but they're so rigid. Like, it's like the rig that they're on doesn't have any physics. They're just very, very rigid. And after a while, it just bothers me. And then the troll running animation, like, female trolls, I get, like, motion sick watching their run animation anymore. It was really something.
Quickly. Embrace the shadow. I am forsaken. Victory for Sylvanas.
I don't mind their build. I just wish they were a little bit more fluid. If they had a little bit more like grace to their movements, if they had spent a little bit more time working on some of their animations, then I think they could have been really good. But yeah, they don't have any good hair options and they're just too stiff. Ultimately. The biceps don't intimidate me because I have my own, so I kind of dig it. I want to see a Classic Plus where the Horde get Draenei and the Alliance get the Blood Elves. I think that'd be cool. And then later on, of course, you can open them both up to both factions. But I think it'd be cool to do like a reversal. And just say like, what if the Draenei crash landed somewhere closer to Horde lands and had to make friends with people in the Horde in order to survive? And what if the Blood Elves were accepted back into the Alliance? If we're really lucky, we'll hit level 14 when we turn this in. I'm not sure that we will. But if we're really lucky, we will, and then we can train level 14 right here. And then we're done here. We're done with Tirisfal Glades. We have to go finish up in Durotar. And then we can start working on the intro stuff in Silverpine.
Speak quickly.
Very nice. That was perfect. We finished up all the quests and we dinged 14.
I am forsaken.
You just want a human shaman. How hard is that? It's impossible. It's impossible all the way up until retail. I think it's still impossible. Can humans be shaman in retail WoW? The Kultirans had shaman, didn't they? Yeah, I think you can be a Kultiran shaman. They're human. But I think that's as close as you get. Humans can't do everything, buddy. They can't do everything. So we got a couple of things here. We got Frostbolt, new rank. What else did we get? We got Fire Blast rank 2. Arcane Intellect rank 2. And we got Arcane Explosion, which I don't really foresee us needing that until maybe we're doing dungeon content. Alright, is there anything else we have to do in Undercity that we can't do anywhere else? Because if there's not, I'm going to hearth us back to Razor Hill, because I have left the Hearthstone in Razor Hill, so that getting back to the other continent will be easy. Going once, going twice. Yeah, I think we're ready to hearth out of here. Alright, so let's go up here. Let's go after the Dustwind Witches and Savages, and then we'll go over and we'll do Fizzle's Claw after that. Then we will be heading into Skull Rock. Do I have my Enchanting Rod? Yeah, we've worked on Enchanting. Yep, we did all that stuff. We're 74 out of 150 Enchanting right now. We did some tailoring earlier, and that allowed us to level up our Enchanting a bit. Patrick, good afternoon to you, man. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here today. Hope you're doing well. Yep, we needed buffs. I also need to make some food. We don't have any food, and making a little bit more water would probably be okay. We could also eat our buff food. JP, welcome to the stream. Happy Tuesday to you. Are we ready for a dungeon? Once I do all the Skull Rock stuff, once I'm attuned for it, I want to have all the quests I can get from Thrall. So we're going to do this quest, we're going to kill Fizzle, and then we'll go do Skull Rock. Besides Skull Rock, I think there's a little bit of running back and forth. We'll be ready soonish. Classic is slow. Yeah, we play Classic slow. We go very, very slow. Everything is slow. And I intentionally don't rush to dungeons. Once we do a dungeon, like, we'll have the option to do it multiple times after I get all the quests, but typically, like, the first time I approach a dungeon, I try to make sure I have most of the quests. Yep, and we are definitely approaching this one at a snail's pace. It's okay. Tomorrow we'll play some Kata, and then we'll be able to get out the go fast, go fast, go fast impulses. We'll have some variety in things that we do and how the gameplay feels. Not only did CNET go Horde, he went Horde for the first time ever in Vanilla. So he's getting to experience the Horde stuff for the first time. Our inventory is full. That's bad. We have lots and lots of harpies to kill. What are we gonna do? We need bigger bags. That's really it. That's really like the only solution at this point. We're carrying too much stuff because, you know, we're doing professions and things like that. I don't have any vendors nearby. At this point, the closest vendors are going to be in Orgrimmar. We are going to have to drop some low-cost junk. 18 coppers can go, 2 coppers can go, 9 coppers can go. I need the light feathers. 12 coppers can go. Okay. Is there a lore reason why you haven't seen Forsaken Dwarfs? Because the undead that make up the faction that is the Forsaken were the Lordaeron humans that got the plague. So yeah, like, the Forsaken faction is mainly composed of Lordaeron humans who came back to life. They served the Lich King for a while, and then Sylvanas helped them break away from his control or something, and then they swore allegiance to her. Basically, the Scourge Plague didn't ravage any, like, dwarven towns or gnomish towns or settlements or anything like that. Because remember, when you're playing Forsaken, you're not just playing an undead, you're playing Forsaken, and Forsaken is the name of the faction. It's almost like it's not so much a race as it is a faction. Big Mike, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here today. Hope you're doing well. Alright, well the good news is we're done with this quest. The bad news is our inventory is still really full. And we're not really as close to Orgrimmar as we seem to be. We have to get out of this little cavern in order to get back to Org. So let's work on doing that. We'll have to run out, we'll turn the quest in, we'll go into Orgrimmar, we will vendor. Maybe we'll have to shop for some bags. I was kind of trying to wait until I could make better bags myself, but I'm feeling like it might be a while. We have 48 gold, so depending on the cost of bigger bags, we might be able to get a couple on the auction house. I don't really know what the bag situation is like on the Classic Era Anniversary auction house. So we'll have to see. Can I go this way? No, that way also leads to a dead end, I think. I think there's only one way in and out of this cavern. $2 gold for a 14 slot? That's really good. Yeah, that's not bad at all. I can definitely afford that. Thanks to the generosity of people, I can definitely afford that. It's going to be worth it, I think, for the bag slots. And eventually we'll be able to make those bags, and we'll be able to make the money back. In time. So we'll put that on our to-do list when we go to Orgrimmar. We'll empty these bags, and then we'll buy some new bags. And then we'll put these bags into the bank. Traveler's backpacks are around 25 gold. So Traveler's backpacks, are those 16 slot? That's expensive. I can't afford that.
Time is money, friend.
I would love to be able to make those. Sell them for 25 gold each.
Be good.
That would be amazing. Inventory's full. Yeah, we know. We know the inventory's full.
What's up? Keep it real.
This guy's like a traveling merchant. You would think that he would also be a vendor. That would make too much sense. A new staff? What's wrong with my staff? Seems okay. Yeah, I don't know if I want to spend a lot of money on gear though. We could look, especially as a caster, the gear is not really that important. When we're melee, I'm much more inclined to splurge on gear like every 10 levels. As a caster, I don't even tend to think too much about it. Alright, well let's go check out the auction house situation. Let's vendor, we'll check out the bags, and then we'll kind of go from there. Yeah, the warrior's incredibly gear dependent, which is amazing. It's really fun when you have the gold to support it. It's like I talked about earlier, the best starting class for a fresh start is a warlock. If you're going onto a server where you have no money, no prospects of getting money anytime soon, you have no other characters, and it's a fresh start, your best bet is to roll up a warlock. The warlock is going to scale well without gear, and it's not going to need mount money. So you get a free mount, which is absolutely amazing. We can put this staff on. This is 3 stamina. I feel like this is going to look worse. Yeah, that looks even dumber than the one we had. So there's that. Got the bottomless bag, 18 slot bag for 495 gold apiece. Mooncloth, 16 slot bag for 39 gold apiece. Traveler backpacks are 16 slots, and they are 27 gold apiece. And the black silk bag is 10 slots, and these are 1 gold apiece. Okay. So it looks like that's our only option. Yeah, we don't seem to have like a 12 slot option. We have a 10 slot option and nothing else. Journeyman's backpack. Why am I not seeing it like in the list properly? Okay, it's way back here for some reason. Here we go. Okay, these are 4 gold. Let's grab 4 of these. Yeah, those were like kind of in a weird order. And that's going to be as good as it gets for a while. This is going to be as good as it gets until we're making our own bags. Look for rune cloth bags. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, same thing? Were they both 14 slot? Yeah, they were both 14 slot, right? I think the Journeymans were a little bit cheaper. Like maybe a half a gold cheaper. They're the same thing, yeah. Right on. There she is. The biggest inventory we'll have for a long time.
What you need?
Let's pop these in the bank. Alright, that looks a lot better.
Be safe.
And with that, I think we are ready to go tackle Skull Rock. So we're going to do that next. I have to bio really fast though. I will be right back. Alright, let's get going. We do have a talent point. That'll be the last point that we put into improved Frostbolt, so we're 5 out of 5. We need elemental precision, but I think I'm going to move on into the next tier. Increase the critical strike damage of your frost spells by 20%. Gives your chill effects a 5% chance to freeze the target. I think I want to start going into Frostbite right away. I want to get that random chance to freeze targets. I like the RNG. It always feels good when you freeze a target. And we'll maybe grab Improved Frost Nova, but I think we'll go 3 points here, 2 points here for now. Just to get us down. I want to keep making progress down the tree. As good as a lot of the talents are, I could spend all my points in the top 2 rows and grab everything, but I feel like I want to keep progressing down. Like getting down into Piercing Ice is important, just increasing the damage done by... It's going to be 6% overall. Alright, someone has been through here, but not very recently. There are not bodies. And if there are not bodies, that means there are soon to be respawns. So we gotta be careful. Let's go ahead and rebuff now, because I'm probably gonna forget. Let's get Dampen Magic up, because I think there's some Shadowcasters in here somewhere. Yeah, these guys are gonna be tough. Okay, we can sheep the caster and kill the Voidwalker, though. Let's do it that way. That way we don't have to deal with both of them at the same time. Also, having mana would be good. It'd be good to come in here and actually have some mana. CNET, you're close by. You've done this one already, right? Yeah, I should be good. If it were hardcore, I would want help. Because we could die. But with it being regular, I'll be fine. Even if I die a couple times, it'll be okay. I shouldn't die, though. With sheep, I shouldn't die. I should be able just to sheep the ones I don't want to deal with. I appreciate it, though. Am I looking for a named guy in here too? Burning Shadows. Yeah, I think I'm looking for somebody's item. Off some kind of named guy. I don't know if we need that one for any of the Ragefire quest. I don't think we do. I think it's one that takes us into the Barrens eventually. At the back of the cave? Yeah, he's in here somewhere. I don't know where it's trying to mark. Maybe there's something above us. Maybe he's below us. I'm not sure. Oh god, did those respawn right behind us? Alright, let's take care of those. How many max levels do I have in vanilla? Only a couple. Only one that's still in Classic Era. We have a Classic Era Paladin who's still in Classic Era, who's level 60, who I don't do any content on, because I don't do level 60 content in vanilla. I wonder. I guess we'll just keep circling the place until we find him. He's gotta be here somewhere, although... Oh, wait, here he is. Somebody just killed him. They just killed him. Probably like right behind us. What is this? Oh, this is some kind of box. We don't... Whatever this is, we don't have it. Is this like a warlock quest or something like that? This body back here probably has the medallion on it. I realize I've left loot behind. Nope, nope, nope. I wouldn't be that lucky. Hey, there we go. Alright, so we got the Lieutenant's insignia. Now we gotta find this named guy. I mean, we don't have to find the named guy, I guess. It's like a short quest chain. It takes us into the Barrens. We have to climb up on a mountainside, and there's an item that has a time limit on it. We don't have to get the named guy, but it would be nice. With all these players here, I don't know if it's going to be a possibility. I'm not going to hang out here too long trying to find him. Alright, I'm gonna head back out. Yeah, I don't know where this guy is or how long it's gonna take for him to respawn or any of that stuff, so I am not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna head out of here. And we'll go get this one turned in. If we want to prioritize doing the dungeon, I can hold off on doing Fizzle's Claw. We can do Fizzle's Claw later on. I can go back and turn this one into Thrall. There's gonna be a little bit of running around to do. You have him? Alright, nice. Then we'll take it. CNET, you picked up the quest in Thunderbluff for Ragefire, right? You grabbed those? Felgorn, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Perfect, there we go. That one starts a quest. And we can work on that one later on. I'm gonna get out of here. You haven't done Fizzle yet? Okay, let's go do Fizzle then. Yeah, if you haven't done them yet, let's go do it. It's a tough little area. Alright, over to Fizzle we go. Am I going to keep playing Oblivion? If I do play Oblivion, it'll probably just be on my own. I'm not going to keep it going on the channel. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't like it when I play games that are not World of Warcraft. And that's something that I've just had to learn how to accept. Can't fight the algorithm. Okay, let's find a place we can jump down. Is this the place? I mean, this is a place. There we go. Got chests back here, that's convenient. Just land right on top of the Thunder Lizard, why don't you? And honestly, the Tainted Grail game looks way more interesting than the Oblivion remaster. So if I was gonna play like a first-person open-world game right now, I'd probably play the new Tainted Grail game. The setting and the vibes seem fantastic. It's like grittier and darker than Oblivion. Okay, let's see. There we go. Alright, Hearthstone is still on cooldown, so we are going to be running back. Nice. I'm gonna DE those right now, so that I don't forget. What's the difference in the anniversary realms? What's the difference between what, though? Like, what's the difference between the anniversary realms and classic era? What's the difference between the anniversary realms and cataclysm? You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific. The difference between anniversary realms and classic era, besides the fact that they were fresh start, the biggest difference is that these servers are gonna roll up into TBC in spring of 2026. And the classic era servers are never gonna do anything except stay in classic era. There's probably a couple other changes. We have what's different? Is it the LFD tool that's different? In Anniversary Realms, there's a couple of differences, but the biggest difference is that eventually we're going to move into the Burning Crusade, and obviously the Classic Era realms, they don't ever progress. This is kind of like a fresh start progression server, basically, is the way to think about the Anniversary Realms. Yeah, we have some kind of LFG that doesn't exist in Classic Era. Yeah, there's not an automated tool, but a tool where you can list yourself as interested in activities. But yeah, but the biggest difference is that it's a progression realm. Yeah, nothing in the game really tells you what the major differences are. It's really unfortunate that they don't explain things in a transparent way to new people. If you play on the regular Classic Era realms, those realms stay vanilla forever. They don't get more content, they don't have changes, they stay how they are. If you play on the Anniversary realms, you are in vanilla right now, but eventually this will become the Burning Crusade. We don't know if they're going to go into Wrath after that or not, but it's very likely they'll at least progress into Wrath of the Lich King at some point. And there's like just a couple of other system differences. Alright, let's make our way back to Orgrimmar. I think we have to go talk to Thrall. He'll have us run back and forth, and then we can do this dungeon. Get our very first dungeon run in. A dual spec, yep, they added dual spec into the Anniversary Realms. So at level 40 you can have two different specs available to you. Dual spec, LFD. I think those are the big ones. I always forget about dual spec. Instant mail between alts. There you go. That's another one. Instant mail between alts. Basically like some quality of life stuff. Big quality of life. Amar, good afternoon, man. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here today. Do I think WoW 2 will release after the World Soul Saga? No. Not the way people think about it. They'll probably remake their game engine. They'll probably remake their game engine so they can do more in the future, but the game's gonna look and play the same. By playing retail WoW, you are playing WoW 2. Because look at what WoW used to be. Take a look at it. This is WoW 1. By playing retail, you're already playing WoW 2. The only thing that's going to change is eventually Blizzard will make a better game engine, so the game won't run like complete horse shit Eventually they'll make a game engine where 100 players can hit a world boss at the same time, and you can get more than 2 frames a second and not have like 10-second lag on your abilities. Eventually there will be a game engine where you can get more than 30 people in the main city together without having your frame rate from like 120 down to like 60, or from 60 down to 30, or from 30 down to 15. Eventually they'll be on a game engine that was created like in this century. and that's what you'll get. You'll get a game on a better game engine that ostensibly looks and plays the same, but that they can do more with. And in fact, that technology might already exist, and that might be why they're able to do things like dragon riding. It's why they're able to put player housing into the game finally, when they said for years and years that it was impossible to do it in the current game engine. So I think the new game engine already exists. And I think they're splicing it together, and I think they're testing the new game engine with things like dynamic flight and things like the drive system and stuff like that. But yeah, and that's it. That's all. That's your WoW 2, but because you're already playing WoW 2 as a retail player. That's it. Nobody wants completely different graphics. And they're never gonna make completely different graphics. Nobody who plays retail wants the game to look different. And people who play retail, they're happy with how the game looks. The game looks good. The game looks good and runs like ass. So, you know, when it has a new engine, it'll look good and it'll run good. And that'll make retail players really happy. For me, I don't really care what they do. I will likely still be playing Classic. Hopefully by then I'll be playing Classic Plus. Or even Classic Plus Plus. If I'm really lucky. It's not gonna run in Unreal. They have their own engine. Blizzard is not gonna make their game in somebody else's engine. That's what I mean. They've probably been working on the new engine for years and years and years. And they've probably already been testing the new engine with some of the new features that are in the game that were impossible before. Dynamic flight and player housing. Like the 2 prominent ones. Those used to be things that were just impossible. And now they're gonna be in the game. Like dynamic flight's already in the game, and player housing is gonna be in the game. But they're not gonna just port their stuff over to someone else's engine. If they were gonna do that, they'd have done that a long time ago. Yeah. And the game is gonna look and play. Whenever they move to a new engine, the game is gonna look and play exactly like it does today. Or exactly like it does at that time, whenever they move. It's just that it'll run better and look better. They'll be able to do more with it. It'll also make it easier for them to develop content. Hopefully it'll make it so they can release a patch and not have the patch be completely broken for the first week that it's out. Maybe it'll let them put out content that's not completely busted. That would be cool. I'm sure players would really appreciate that. How long have I been playing WoW? Since it came out. And before that I was playing Warcraft 3. Because I'm an old person. I've been around for all of it. Oh, we got a little Stone Talon breadcrumb here. I'm gonna grab that for later. Stone Talon is still quite a ways off, but we'll get there eventually.
Blood and thunder. Farewell.
You know what the problem is? The problem with doing this at level 14 is that we can't get into the LFD yet. I don't think we can use the LFD until we're level 15. Which doesn't mean we can't put a group together the old-fashioned way, it just means it might be harder to find people. Oh wait, or can we use this? No. No, we can't. Oh wait, I lied. Oh, we're good. Okay, we can use this. I thought we couldn't use it to level 15. Yeah, it looks like we're fine. Now that being said, are we gonna find someone to heal this for us? I have no idea. I don't know what the active population of leveling people is like when it comes to finding groups, but I guess we're gonna find out. Can you find groups for leveling dungeons on the Anniversary Realms? Let's see. CNET, you gotta go to the Cow City? What do you gotta do in the Cow City? You got the flight points? Tell me you grabbed the Thunderbluff flight point. What do you need to do back there? Alright, well I'm gonna find something to do while you do that and while we look for a group. I think we have a couple of other quests we can go do. You didn't pick up the quest. You had one job in Thunderbluff. One job! Just pick up the quest! We even talked about the quest yesterday. You had one job.
For the Horde!
Yeah, the quest add-on is Dialogue UI. It also has a dark mode, which we had on yesterday, and then I turned it back for my Alliance playthrough this morning. And the dark mode's pretty cool. I wish it would save the profile based on character, so when I logged into the Horde side, it was on dark mode, and when I logged into the Alliance side, it was normal. If we do that, we can go here. There we go. That's dark mode. I will definitely take any healers I can get. 18, would 18 break the kill XP? I don't know. I don't know. I guess it depends on if 18 would break the kill XP. In Classic Era, you're mainly there for kill XP. There is no bonus XP at the end of the run or anything like that. Let's see what the portal has to say. It says 18 is still in range. It says 13 to 18, so as long as you're not level 19, we should still be able to get XP from anything that's green or yellow to us. And then in that case, yeah. Absolutely. You'd have to whisper CNET. He's responsible for putting all groups together. You know what? There's a quest in Undercity too, isn't there? Yeah, see, we messed up too. I think it was our responsibility to get the quest from Undercity. And we definitely didn't do that. Yeah, I could set my Hearthstone here in Orgrimmar. We have a 4-minute cooldown on the Hearthstone. And I could catch a Zep over to Undercity really fast. Yeah, and I've been to Undercity like 15 times. It just didn't occur to me to grab it. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab it. It's like a little bit of travel, but if I set my Hearthstone here, it'll be really easy to get back. So let's do it that way. My bad. I had one job. I just didn't know that was my job at the time. I didn't think about it.
What can I do for you? For the whore.
Alright. Yeah, let's go do that. Make sure when we fill DPS that we just grab all shaman or something. What do we want to grab for DPS? I thought I saw Pallies available, and then I remembered that you know, in classic pink means shaman. But yeah, it's hard to get out of that thought of like pink means Pally, and pink means shaman. In this case, we got a rogue available, level 16 rogue. The level 12 Shami, that seems a little low. Oh no, 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 not like this! Oh man. It's gonna be a long wait. You look for an add-on to change the color? I think there is an add-on to change the color, is there not? I feel like somebody mentioned to me before an add-on to change the color. I don't know, maybe I'm making things up. What a bummer that we missed the Zeppelin. Oh my gosh, if we had been like 3 seconds faster, we could have made it. Oof. Yeah. And we got 2 cows and an orc and a Forsaken. It's too bad we can't get another Forsaken that's happened to be hanging out in Undercity right now. Alright, well, I'm gonna wait for the Zep, so I'm gonna bio really fast, just so, you know, I'm good for the run. Wait, are we good then? Do we have the Undercity quest? Is that what it is? Power to destroy? Yeah, because if we have it, then I don't need to go back. Okay, cool. That's awesome. Thank you. That's Very convenient. And now I'm way out here, so now I'm still the furthest person away and the last person to arrive. So that's good. Oh wait, CNET, where are you at? Oh, you're in Thunderbluff, so you're further than I am. Okay, I don't feel so bad now. We're good to go. Perfect. Heading towards the entrance. One second, guys. My allergies are killing me this afternoon. Inventory looks a little bit too full to be going into a dungeon. Let me sell really fast. You are not a vendor. Okay. That looks better. Was I thinking about a warlock instead of this mage? No, I was never thinking about a warlock. I think a warlock is a great character for like a fresh start server because it has a free mount and it's a clothy. But I wasn't going to do a warlock. Nope, I almost did a lot of different things, but warlock was not one of them. I almost did a warrior, I almost did a couple of different things. Warlock was not on my list. Not this time. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quests. I think that's all of the quests. And now we are just waiting on CNET, I think. Yes. I am gonna step into the dungeon. Yeah, CNET's taken. That's all he does. Tanking is all he knows. Why did I choose mage? Because I know I enjoy the mage and I like having the quick travel options, teleporting to the cities and stuff. In classic era, it's really, really powerful to be able to teleport around the world.
You are too kind.
Alright, I have handed out water to the mana users. I have buffed the mana users, and we are ready to go whenever CNET arrives to pull. Yeah, that's true also. Like, no matter what version of the game you're playing, there's always a mage spec that is going to do well. It's impossible to find a version of the game or an era of the game where mages are not good. And that is not true of every class. Sometimes classes in certain expansions get the short end of the stick. Is this Molten Core? Yes. Yes, this is our level 14 raid on the Molten Core. Nah, it's a Ragefire Chasm. It might technically... No, I think it's just... I was going to say maybe it's part of the Firelands, but I don't think it is. I think it's just a chasm underneath Orgrimmar that for some reason is full of fire elemental guys and some naughty cultists. Yeah, my details is busted. Oh, Jesus God. Why me? Getting better, getting better. Okay. Yes, exactly. Every time you log in, details resets itself. Yes. Why in the heck does it do that? It's so annoying. It had me pick a profile, and the profile I picked did not have 4 windows scattered all over my screen, I'll tell you that. That's not a profile I set up, but I picked a profile, and now every time I load in, it wants to put up like 5 windows. And then I have to go closing all the windows and resetting them. I'm like, why is this happening? Why can't it just remember my layout and just put it like that when I turn it on? For the love of God. Alright, what level do we get Blizzard? Well, I would love to have a little bit of AoE. Like, for pulls like this one. That would be really, really cool. I feel like wanding might be the most DPS we can do. It might be the best thing we can do. I don't even know if casting spells is useful. It's 20. Okay, okay. So it's I'm gonna be wanding for a while. That's what you're telling me. Alright, that's fine. We'll do good on single target stuff. But yeah, on this multi-target stuff, like, it's almost better if I just wand stuff and save my mana. Like, I can open like that. Oh, that worked. Okay, I can't open like that. I take it back. Yeah, I really wonder, like, what do I do here? What do I do here to do any kind of, like, single target damage that matters? The wanding is keeping me just behind the tank. I wonder if I could, like, Arcane Missile. Maybe Arcane Missile is my option here. No, that's not looking too hot either. Flame Strike. I don't think I have Flame Strike yet. Yeah, not yet. I don't have any options for AoE yet. That's okay. I can just wand. I'm okay with wanding. It's fine. Arcane Explosion. Yeah, we do have that. Correction, we can do that a couple times. And then we run out of mana. But yeah, that's better. I mean, anytime we pull like 3 or more, I should Arcane Explosion. Thank you for the reminder. I completely forgot that we had that one. I just gotta make sure I drink, like, as frequently as I can. Yeah, we gotta go back. We gotta do the branching pathway for the satchel. Yeah, in Classic, it takes a long time to level up in Classic because leveling up was an intended part of the game that they designed. It's very different than Cataclysm or anything after that. It takes a long time because they designed it that way, because they actually designed an open world RPG for people to enjoy. And eventually the game lost that. But yeah, leveling up was the game. And so, you know, in that regard, you didn't want it to go by fast because it was a integral part of the experience. Yeah, we can't do that unless we want to get ourselves killed or just stress out the healer for no reason. That doesn't seem very useful. They still hate me. They still hate me. They're gonna keep hating me until I'm dead. I done messed up. Yeah, that's not worth it. Definitely not the way I want to go. Sorry, guys. Oh, that was a nice time to level up, though. That was perfect. That probably saved us. Yeah, I won't be doing that again. Consider my lesson learned. We cannot arcane explosion spam in classic era at level 15 on a group of 4 mobs. I got it. We got really lucky, yeah. I'm just gonna single target. You know, we're not gonna do a lot of DPS, but that's okay. We'll get the job done, you know. Wow. Well, he was kind enough to drop a green. The good thing is that green would be an upgrade for us, so I am gonna roll on it. We gotta loot his item. Don't forget to loot the item. And let's equip our green upgrade. Why is it you can't pick Horde on Anniversary PvP servers? I know that they try for faction balance, so a lot of times what happens is if there's too many of one faction signed in and it's not balancing out, they will lock character creation for short periods of time. And what that means is if you check back later or even try again tomorrow, you may be able to make a Horde character. But yeah, they try to keep the population balanced for the sake of it being a PvP server. That's really important. And so yeah, because of that, from time to time they'll lock out Alliance or Horde character creation depending on like which way the balance is swaying. It's a new thing they started doing like a couple years ago. I think it might have been Season of Discovery that they started doing that. Do I have a guild? No, not right now. Right now I don't need one. We have a long time before I'll need a guild. I won't need a guild until we're doing TBC, until I'm getting ready to raid in TBC. And at that point, we'll join a guild. At that point, I'll have figured out what faction I'm staying on, what class I'm playing, and all that stuff. Right now, we're just having fun. We have like a calendar year before we're playing TBC, so right now I'm not too worried about it. I'm not going to make a guild. I'm going to join an existing guild of players who like to play the game. I have zero interest in running a guild, in being affiliated with a guild, and having a guild based on the channel. I did that once. I'll never do it again. Because I'm not an administrator. I don't want to have to administrate the Discord. I don't want to have to pay attention to the drama happening in the guild. I don't care. I just want to play the game with people that are already playing the game. And more importantly, I want to play the game with people that are gonna play the game regardless of what I do. And if I try to have a guild, the moment that I play a different version of the game, my guild kind of goes crazy. So I just want to play with people that are playing the game, they're doing their own thing, and they don't care what I'm doing as long as I show up for raid nights and I do a good job. That's the experience I want. CNET, I have no idea where you've taken us. I don't think I've ever seen this special little corner of Ragefire before. What brand of coffee is my favorite? I don't have favorites like that. I try to tell this to my kid all the time. He always asks me like, what's your favorite dinner? What's your favorite entree? And I'm like, I don't really have favorites. I like coffee. That's it. I like coffee. The coffee that's my favorite is the coffee that's in my mug. And the coffee that's hot. I don't have any favorite brands or anything like that. Now there's coffee that I don't want to drink. Like I don't really want to drink Maxwell House. I don't really want to drink Folgers. So like I avoid brands that I don't like, but coffee's coffee. I don't have a big preference. Yeah, love the one you're with. Exactly. Love the one you're with. As long as it's not Maxwell House. That's basically it. And that's not a preference, that's just having standards. Yeah, people don't like it when you don't have favorites. People tend to take indifference as negativity. I don't know why, like some people interpret like indifference as negativity. And it's like, I just don't care. And it's not that I don't care in like a negative way, like I don't care. It's just like, I really just don't care. Any coffee will do, any food will do. Is it edible? Will it give me calories? Is it not disgusting? Okay, in that case, I like all of it. But a lot of times you tell people, I don't care, and they're like, they read negativity into that. It's like, no, I just really don't care. See, this is what I don't get. If people really wanted to have a one-button rotation, why don't they just come play Classic Era? You can be a Frost Mage, and you can have a real one-button rotation. They won't have to, like, design a function in the game to help you out. You just literally have one button that you use. It makes things a lot simpler. It makes learning easier. Oh, 2 buttons. I use my wand. So I guess it's like a 2-button rotation. Frostbolt until you're and then wand until the mob is dead, and then drink. If you need something to be simpler, go play a simpler game. There's lots of simple games. Classic is one of them. Do I care about cosmetics? Cosmetics or transmog? I mean, I care about transmog and Cataclysm a tiny bit. Everyone likes to put on a cool transmog. Do I care that much? Not really. Ultimately, I could take it or leave it. It is like coffee. Any decent appearance is fine. It's exactly like coffee. I don't have a favorite transmog. Any decent appearance that doesn't look foolish is fine. I'll often just find something passable that I kind of like. Just like with coffee. Something passable that I kind of like. It's the exact same. Alright, there's the book, Incantations from the Nether. So how are we doing with the questing in here? Spells of Shadow, I don't really know what that is. Bazalon must be the satyr guy. Who is somewhere. Will Anniversary Realms lead to TBC? Yes, that's like one of the biggest purposes of the Anniversary Realms, is that they're going to go into TBC. Mm-hmm. Has boosting always been a thing? Boosting has always been a thing in Classic. I don't remember boosting from back in the day, although I'm sure it was still a thing. Yeah, dungeon boosting has always been a thing, and it will always be a thing unless Blizz says that it's not okay. So yeah. Yeah, in-game boosting. Yeah. People offering to sell boost for gold and stuff. Yeah, that's been a thing for a long time. I don't think it was around as much like originally, but since Classic came out, it's absolutely been a big thing. Yeah, we don't have a lot of AoE. It's really early in its Classic era, so nobody really has AoE. Single targeting stuff down. CC is not necessary in a dungeon like this. CCing at this point would just be a waste of mana. Admiral's Arms, thanks so much for the super chat, buddy. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here today. Alright, that was the other named guy. So the last thing we have is to find this Spells of Shadow. Which looks like it's a random drop off of one of the mobs. It's kind of wild how much damage the wand does compared to Frostbolt. Yeah, it's classic era. Wands are really powerful. We have one of the best wands you can get. Like, for low level especially, this wand is really good for a long time. It's an extremely good wand, and yeah. That's one of the good things about Classic, is wand damage is actually potent, which is good, because if it weren't, we would run out of mana, and then we would not be able to do anything. Because we run out of mana a lot. Is there any chance that we kill every mob in the dungeon and we still don't get the item? Or is it basically guaranteed to drop? So I think we're getting close to a full clear. We still don't have it. I'm the only person that didn't get it. Where did it drop? Yeah, I was trying to loot everything. I thought I had looted everything, but apparently I missed something. I'll go check. It must be on this guy right here. I see sparklies. Somehow I missed him. There we go. Awesome. Good times. Too bad you can't teleport out and back in. I mean, teleporting back in wouldn't help you. Because all the quest givers are scattered all over the world. Hey, how do you think I feel? I'm gonna have to walk out to Thunderbluff to turn one of these in. And I have not been to Thunderbluff yet. So yeah. We're gonna have to travel to Thunderbluff, and then we'll have to travel back to Undercity to get that one turned back in. Welcome to Classic Era, buddy. And yeah, guys, thanks for the run. Thanks for the tanking. Thanks for the healing. Very fun. Much appreciated. For the anniversary realms, am I only playing Horde? I have an Alliance playthrough going in a recorded series. So I'm playing a human rogue in a recorded series, and for the streams I wanted to do something different. So for the streams, we're leveling this character when we do Classic Era. As far as like what faction I'm going to main in TBC, I don't know yet, and it's way too soon to worry about deciding those things.
Warcraft, victory! For the Horde!
Alright, so we're gonna have a little bit of traveling to do, because I would like to get these turned in. Yeah, we should get something good. Is it a staff? Is that what it is? I thought the staff came from... Well, maybe I'm thinking about a Wailing Cavern staff. I was gonna say, I thought the staff came from Thunderbluff, but I think I'm thinking about a Wailing Caverns Thunderbluff quest that drops a really good staff. So I don't know if we get a staff from this one or not. Maybe we get a staff from both of them. Maybe we'll use this staff until we do Wailing Caverns, and then we'll upgrade again. Yeah, for a low-level dungeon, that was fun. That's the good thing about Classic, is even the low-level stuff can be fun. Because your character is scaled appropriately to the content. And that's what makes it fun, is it has enough challenge for the level of the character that you're playing. This is going back to speak to Niru? Is that what we're doing? Oh god, we gotta do some more back and forth here.
Trollhound, strength, farewell!
Yeah, Staff of Ogremar, 4 int and 2 spirit.
Abu.
It's a green, but it's a good green, so we'll take it.
Welcome to Warcraft. Have you come to serve the Horde?
Hey, at least it looks pretty cool. Portal to Undercity? I think I'm gonna make the run out to Thunderbluff. I appreciate it though. I can get over to Undercity pretty quickly, but I gotta do this run. I have not been out to Mulgore at all. I have not been into the Barrens at all, so I'm gonna start this foot travel. That's gonna take me a bit. And after all that's done, then I'm gonna hearth back to Orgrimmar, and then I think I'll just jump on a Zep. Yeah, it's a really long run for me. It has to be done eventually, you know? The nice thing is I'm gonna have the Crossroads flight point before I'm ready to head to the Crossroads. And obviously we'll also have the Tarajo flight point for later on. So yeah, it's a big run, but yeah, there you go, it's part of the classic experience. Exactly. Yep. It's a lot of travel, but it's gotta be done eventually. And then as soon as we get all this stuff turned in, we're going to have to head into Silverpine. If we hit level 16, some of the intro stuff in Silverpine may be gray. There's at least one quest there to kill the Moonscalp Gluttons. That's a level 10 quest. So ideally, we get really close to 16, but we don't ding until we're in Silverpine doing that level 10 quest.
Strength and honor. Go forth to victory.
Jonas, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. They run too enthusiastically for dead people? Magic. Yeah, that's why. Because magic. Realistically, they should probably be shambling about, but we'll just say magic. Flight Master, there we go. Alright, we've reached checkpoint number 1. We have a breadcrumb, we might as well just turn that in. Am I going to take the follow-up? I'll hold off on the follow-up. We'll grab everything when we're actually ready to come here and quest. What workouts do I do? I just work out at home. I have a bunch of dumbbells. I've been working out for 20 years. Yeah. I started when I was 20 or 21 and I'm 41 now. But I don't really try very hard. I don't try hard anymore. But I mean, as far as what workouts I do, I do all the workouts. I hit all of the muscles. All of the muscle groups. If you're gonna work out, you gotta hit every muscle group. You can't just like pick and choose. I mean, I guess you can pick and choose, but it's gonna lead to some weird body physique. I guess I should say, if you lift weights, you should be working out every muscle group. If you do other stuff, like if you bicycle or you run or whatever, then that's very specific, then you're fine. But if you do weightlifting, you really need to make sure you hit all the muscle groups. I could have done Mancrick's wife. Yeah, that's not a bad point. I could have done Mancrick's wife. Could have found her dead body on the way. Soft observer. I read every comment that comes into my chat. I just don't always have something to say. And if I don't feel like I have something to say, I'm not gonna just make up something to say or just read a comment out that I'm not gonna respond to. That's all. But I do read everything that pops in. Not that I don't miss things from time to time, but yeah. I stream in front of 200 people every day. It'd be hard to make me uncomfortable. If you did make me super uncomfortable, I'd just kick you from the channel. Move on with my life. This part of the Barrens has a very greenish cast to it at night. I don't know what it is. It seems very green. The sky is actually really dark. Everything down here is... Maybe it's just like reflection off of the foliage and stuff. This is probably the first time I've seen the Barrens at night in like maybe like 15 years. It's been a long time. Because we'd have to go back before the Cataclysm remake. So yeah, I might not have seen the Barrens at night since maybe like 2006 or 2007. It's been a really long time. It's kind of crazy to think about. How is the server population? These are basically brand new servers, especially on Blizzard's timeline of like opening servers. These servers opened in November, so these are really populated. These are the Anniversary Realm servers, the ones that are gonna move into TBC next year. So yeah, they have lots of people playing on them. Lots of people excited about TBC who have no interest in retail and no interest in Mista Pandaria. Checkpoint 2 accomplished. Into Mulgore we go. Will I go back to TBC? I mean, I will play TBC on these servers when it comes out, yeah. I am very much looking forward to TBC. It's probably my favorite expansion. But again, we have until spring of 2026. That is when they think they're going to move these servers to TBC, spring of 2026. So we have a lot of time. Lots of time between now and then. We have Mist of Pandaria between now and then. And who knows what else Blizzard will spring on us. How do I make time? This is my job. Yeah, this is what I do for a living. I usually stream for 5 or 6 hours a day. I record for 1 hour a day. And then I spend about another hour doing like editing, making thumbnails, stuff for the channel and things like that. So yeah, that's how I have time. Because 5 or 6 days a week, I put about 7 hours a day into this. I literally made time by making time and working at it. Yeah. And I got lucky enough to be able to grow the channel to where it is today. So that I can hang out with you guys every day. Man, these low-level wolves, they really have it out for me. Am I gonna get dragged down and killed by a level 8 wolf? I might. In fact, the danger is so great that I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna bandage before we really embarrass ourselves. These wolves hate me. These wolves hate me. Do I have a YouTube play button? No, they don't hand those out to anybody. Once you get 100,000 subs, you get a YouTube play button of some kind. I don't have 100,000 subs, as you can see. I think we're at like 32,000, which is awesome. But yeah, we're not there yet. By my calculations and the math that I've done, looking at how many new subs I get per month, I'll probably hit 100,000 subs around the time I'm like 65 years old. So yeah. 23 more years from now, if we grow at this rate, I'll hit 100,000 subs. If I live that long, which I hope to. Was it long to get the channel monetized? It took about 2 years. It took about 2 years, and then it took about 3 more years after that before that even mattered. We finally made it. There's some other stuff we need to pick up here. There's probably some Wailing Caverns quests that we can pick up that we should grab while we're here. There's a breadcrumb to Silverpine that doesn't really lead anywhere, but it gives us a little bit of XP, so I'll try to grab that too. And we'll have a look around for anything else. That's the Baron's breadcrumb. We can pick that one up. What do we have back here? This is the Silverpine breadcrumb. Speak with Anastasia Hartwell. I don't know what that one is. Serpent Bloom. That's Wailing Caverns. Let's go back here first and we'll pick up this stuff and then we'll head over to the Elder Rise and turn in our quest. Am I big on collecting stuff? Not really. No, not really. I'm not a big collector. I like to have a little bit of transmog. As long as I can make something that looks pretty cool, I don't really care. If I can get like 1 or 2 cool mounts and a couple of cool transmogs, I don't really collect things.
What do you require?
It's like a nice to have. It's never been a focus of mine. I think like I played so much before there were collections that it just never ingrained itself as like part of the game to me. Because a lot of my time was spent playing before we had transmog, before we had huge mount collections and stuff like that. I just don't care too much about it all. There's a couple things. I like it when I randomly get mounts. When I'm doing content and a mount drops and I get the mount, that's like awesome. When I don't plan for it, when I'm not grinding for it, when it just happens. Okay, that is it for Spirit Rise. We took a wrong turn. Let's try to go to the proper rise this time. What is this other quest here? Oh, donation of wool. Okay. Yeah, we don't need that. Anything else we want to do in Thunderbluff? We don't have any weapon skills we need here, I don't think. I wonder if there are any, like, Thunderbluff specific cooking recipes we should grab. When did I start to play WoW? The very beginning. And before that, Warcraft 3. The flight point. We're gonna... Yes, flight point. Yeah, I didn't grab the flight point. And yeah, because we're not gonna fly back. We're gonna hearth back, so let's make sure we grab that. Patrick, thank you. That would have been a huge bummer. To have done the run and then later to realize we don't have the flight point the next time we need to come back. That would have been a morale shattering. Like, do the Thunder Bluff run again. No thank you. Yeah, let's get the flight point. Alright, that's our Baron's breadcrumb. We should be all set. And yeah, we got pretty close to 16, so this is perfect. The only worry is, if I turn in the Undercity quest, does that ding us to 16? It might. Maybe we'll hold off on turning in the Undercity quest until we've done a little bit in Silverpine. I'd like to get the level 10 and 11 quest done in Silverpine. That way we don't lose them. I don't want them to go gray. And this one's level 16. This one can hang out for a little while. We don't have to rush to get that turned in. And we know I like running, yeah. I mean, I don't mind doing it once. Doing it once is quite alright. Having to do that run again would not have been that fun. Although we would have had the Tarajo flight point. So it wouldn't have been, you know, it might not have been soul crushing. But yes, there's no need for it, so let's just be smart.
Hail.
Okay, flight point has been grabbed. Let's hearth back to Orgrimmar. Let's get on the Zeppelin, because either way we do have to head back over to the Eastern Kingdoms, because our next stop is Silverpine. I have a feeling we're about to miss the Zeppelin again. Yeah, we're gonna be moments away from catching the Zeppelin. We have quite some timing today. This will be the second time we got here just to see it pull away. What are the odds that it waits for us? Somebody tell them to wait! Just wait like 5 more seconds. 3, 2, 1. Okay, 6 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Don't take off yet. Okay, okay. Oh, we made it! We made it! Chat, we did it! Okay, I got a bio. I'll be right back. I think I missed it. Oh, I missed it! Was that the hill? There's a hill somewhere where you can jump off early and you can live. And I thought I saw it, so I took my shot, chat. It just wasn't the right hill. That being said, it should get us close to the Silver Pine entrance. It's okay. It gets us close, see. Yeah, somewhere there's a hill. And if you jump off at the right time and you land on it, you can live. We just didn't pick the right one, that's all. Soft Observer, thank you for the super chat, buddy. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Did you guys see that that dog attack me? Oh, he didn't attack me. You know what he did? He attacked this rat. It looked like he aggroed me. I thought the game was breaking. I thought we were being attacked as a ghost. That would have been interesting. He just ran up and killed a rat right where I happened to be running past. Dogs can sense ghost, even demon dogs. Maybe especially demon dogs. It would make sense. We can check on this guy for the escort quest. In my experience, he's never there. He's never there, and I don't typically wait for him. Although, if we kill some of these dogs, eventually we're gonna have a quest. We need, like, one of their parts. I don't know what part it is, but I know they drop it before we have the quest, so if we want to kill a few of them, we might be able to get some of those items early. It's like discolored warg heart. Something like that. Oh, there we go. What spec are we going? We're gonna go Frost. Frost is just kind of a sure bet in vanilla. I like the RNG elements of freezing targets and then critting the frozen targets. Oh my god, he's actually here.
What would you ask of me?
I never get to do this quest, so that's awesome. I have a feeling this poor guy... I think this guy was like thinking he was gonna clear ahead and then he was gonna come back for the escort quest, and that didn't work. Yeah, I don't know. Do I feel bad? I don't really feel bad. It looked like he was clearing ahead and was trying to come back and do this, but you can't do it that way. If you walk away from this escort quest, someone is gonna grab it, like guaranteed. And I didn't see that guy until I ran out of the hut. Otherwise, I could have grouped up with him. What do I think is the best version of WoW currently? There isn't one. There isn't one because what's best is going to be determined by what type of player you are and what you like. The great thing is, no matter what type of player you are and what you like, if you like WoW, there's a version of WoW for you right now. That's the great thing about having all of this choice. But no, I don't think there is a best version. Everyone's different, everybody likes different things, and the different versions of WoW offer lots of different things for lots of different people.
What now?
Anytime opinions come into play, it's impossible to quantify best.
Beware, our enemies are back. Victory for Sylvanas.
I mean, even for myself, I like different versions for different things. I like vanilla for the long questing journey. And I like Cataclysm for the heroics and the endgame stuff. Hopefully in MoP we'll do a bunch of raiding and that'll be really fun. So yeah, it's just different games for different people. I'll let you clarify for PvP. Oh, that's an easy one. I don't PvP. So I have no opinion. And the answer would still be the same though. Like that clarification doesn't matter. Because exactly what I said before is that everybody likes different things, and since each version handles PvP differently, even if I were to play PvP, it would strictly be an opinion. Yeah, but I don't PvP, so I don't even have my own opinion on that one. That's an easy one. Alright, let's see. Yeah, see, 6 discolored warg hearts. Let's go ahead and try to grab these before we head south. We're gonna need them. Nice, level 16. Now, I didn't really want to ding yet. That's gonna cause one of the quests to go gray, but we'll be okay. See, this one went gray, and there will be one level 10 quest for us to pick up in the Sepulchre that'll also be gray, but after that, they should all be green. After this, we shouldn't lose any more quests. We might lose one quest in the Barrens. There might be a lower level quest that we might lose in the Barrens. But we should be good. We gotta be on the lookout for Sons of Aragorn. No more wargs. Let's go back this way a bit. I want to get the last discolored warg heart before we get too far to the south. Did I ever like PvP? No, not in World of Warcraft, really. It's just never been my thing. We should go ahead and spend our talent point. We'll put that in the frostbite. That'll increase our chance to freeze targets. There we go. 6 out of 6. How would I compare Warlock and Mage on Classic Era? Well, I've never played either of them at a super high level. But I would say, you know, for ease of leveling, a lot of people would probably say the Warlock is easier because you have a pet. And anytime you have a pet that can tank for you, kind of makes your life easier. Kind of makes it so you can move from combat to combat a little bit more smoothly. And you don't go as much on a Warlock. A Warlock has a lot of ways to get mana back and a lot of ways to be mana conservative. And on the Mage, we probably go a little bit more. But we can make our own water, so it kind of balances out.
What do you require? What now? Dark Lady, watch over you. Trust no one. Our time will come. Hello?
Let's go ahead and we'll set the Hearthstone here. Is that what we want to do? Do we want to set it here or do we want to leave it in Orgrimmar? Let's leave it in Orgrimmar. This is a pretty small zone. It's not a big deal to run like north and south and do stuff here without having to hearth. So I think I'm going to leave it in Orgrimmar for ease of traveling back to Durotar.
Speak quickly. Trust no one. Beware. Our enemy is about.
Let's empty the bags as much as we can. Stringy wolf meat we're going to cook. We can probably learn the pattern. Let's do that. Get it out of the inventory. We have a bunch of linen. I think a lot of the linen we're going to have to use to skill up our first aid. I said I was going to do first aid, and I have kind of been slacking off on it, to be honest. Arcane spell damage. We can cast Arcane Missile every once in a while. It's better than having no stats. Did I sell a junk green? I don't... Oh, I did, didn't I? Yeah, I sold the staff. Thank you. I sold a bunch of stuff. I never leveled enchanting, so it's always really hard for me to remember to disenchant stuff. Because it's like the profession that I've leveled the least. In the past, I've only done enchanting in hardcore runs to get the lesser magic wand and the greater magic wand. Back when we were doing like self-found stuff. We gotta find the quest for the, there's a level 10 quest to kill Moonscalp Gluttons. But it's a great quest now. Here we go. Yeah, we need this. This chains into a bunch of stuff. Oh no, Moonrage White Scalps. Yeah. We gotta do this one right now. Before we do anything else, before we ding again, this leads us into several more quests. And there he is. There's our buddy, the son of Erigel. I'm really surprised he hasn't aggroed us. If he gets much closer, he will aggro us. Very terrifying. Okay, let's go get this one turned in. Just a very easy intro quest. We should also kill this bear. We need bear hearts.
Is that better?
All right, guys. With that one done, I am out of time for today. Next time we get on this character, we will try to do everything except for Baron's Peril will have to wait. But tomorrow we're going to be back on the Cataclysm Paladin. So tomorrow we're going to spend some time leveling the Paladin up, and then on Thursday we'll be back on the Mage. So fear not, the Mage will return, but for those of you wondering what happened to the Pally, we're going to level them up a bit tomorrow. It's all in an effort to have a little bit of variety on the streams so we don't get burned out of any particular thing. So yeah, thank you guys for being here and hanging out with me all day today. I really do appreciate it. Have a great rest of your afternoon or evening time. And as always, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we will see you back in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.